Hello, friends. I have not even turned on the lights in front of me. I am great streamer. No, it's daylight, and so it looks different in here. And I didn't even notice that they were off until just now. Um, I have a light shining on my desk, and I have the overhead on. So it's not like there's no light, but there's not as much as I'm used to. Um, so yeah, that's the thing. Hi. Congrats to Sammy, Ali, and Shree for jumping up on that early crew podium. It is so good to see you all. I know I've been away for a week. I know I popped into the Discord, but it's not the same as hitting the go live button in OBS, especially when you decide on Friday night when you get home to push the update button on OBS and Streamer.Bot and your Stream Deck. Because, what better way to prepare for a big stream than by updating all the things? Oh my God. Yes, live in the light hours. Exactly. Yes, there is sunlight. Leading up to the stream, Nika decided to get off of her lead. I have no idea how. I have not looked into the science of how she managed it. How do I like the dark mode on Streamer.Bot? We're going to go over here. Ignore the YouTube. That's just another thing. Ignore the TikTok. That's another thing. We're not even live over there yet. Get out of here, TikTok. Caster Labs, are you logged into everything? You kind of need to be logged into everything. Okay, you're on TikTok, you're on Twitch, you're not on YouTube. Okay, I'll fix that. Oh my God. I may need to fix things. I don't need any of that. Or that. Get out of here, that part. If you know, you know. Holy crap. Streamer.Bot. What do I think of dark mode? Let me first say, of course, Caffeinated is like, YouTube what? Oh, sign into Google. That one. Do that one. Continue. Make sure that we actually get YouTube chat over into our shared chat window today. It was missing last time. That was bugging me. All right. So, in theory, I like it. And I say in theory for a reason. So many tabs. Oh my God. Don't look at my browser. Excuse me, tabs? What tabs? I closed a window with like 20 tabs. There's still tabs open down here. We'll just ignore that. That's not happening. How many are cute dresses? None. None are clothing. Well, now really none are clothing. I was looking at storage solutions in Amazon, grocery shopping, looking at Live AF because of Meld doing the Live AF stuff. If you are a streamer and you're not in on it yet, let me know. I'll send you an invite because we get an invite every week. And so I would love to send you an invite over there. What else? And what? Live AF. It's a contest being ran by Meld Studio and Fourth Wall. And who else? Lenovo and Stream Charts. It's a bunch of things. I'm not really going to advertise for them, but I will. Sammy, I'll send you an invite because you would actually probably be interested in it. They're just giving away prizes. You don't have to use Meld Studio. Just tag them in a bunch of stuff. And this week it's all about Fourth Wall and merch. A couple weeks ago, it was all about clips and hype and things like that. So this week it's like sound alerts and do you have merch, rep merch, where you can rep your merch or somebody else's merch that's from Fourth Wall, which conveniently, I know that you have some, which we could just clip a piece of your stream from last night and get you some points towards the drawings that'll happen this coming weekend. So yeah, but my feelings on Streamer.Bot dark mode. Right now, I am really, really missing the tabs across the top. In case you couldn't tell that I'm a tab fan, that confused me. when I logged on today, I could not figure out where this connected was. And I was like, oh my God, where are my connections? Am I connected to everything? Am I about to go live and have this thing just not even working? And then I'm like, where are my platforms? Are they under settings? Okay, settings. No, this isn't settings. Wait, why do I have compile settings? Do I have to redo all my C#? Oh my God. Like, my brain exploded when I looked at this today. And the fact that I updated it and then did not have time to actually look at it until this morning, and by this morning, I mean afternoon, I panicked. Yours is yellow and partially connected because no stream elements. Okay, well, that's fair. Wait. Oh, I do have stream elements on here. I was like, do I have stream elements connected? Yeah, I have stream elements connected because I'm actually running SE Live in OBS now. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. And I might switch back away from it to the multi-RTMP. I will say it tends to be a little bit heavier on load, but I don't notice a difference when it's running, like versus the multi-RTMP and ADEM. But there's a couple of big gaps here, and it depends on how you stream. So since we're in tech stream mode for a minute here, Stream Elements has its own multi-streaming built in, and I'm going to shrink this over to the side here. Let's go here. This way you can actually see it. So what's cool is it has all of the accounts, and I can just toggle on and off which ones I want it to stream to. You'll see a whole bunch of YouTubes in here. I actually need to go through and clean up because these are the Biotech channel. And then it has default canvas and new canvas. It has its own vertical. You like the vertical tabs? Horizontal tabs are hard for you to read. Okay, that's fair. I think that makes a lot of sense for most people. Of vertical, hamburger, vertical type menu is going to be what most people like. And it's a better interface in general. I'm a web dev. I've been in web dev for so long. And although the mobile menus are good, I am still defaulted to, if I have a full screen, give me that bar across the top that's always with me. I don't want to scroll. I just want it there. Give me drop-down menus, the cascading menus. I'm a sucker for them. You give me a web browser with hover intent and a mega menu system that has 100 options on a drop-down, I am there. You give me a vertical menu with like 10 options and my brain breaks. I am not the give it to me easy type. Like it's just not going to work for my brain. So I'm going to get there. I'm going to have to do a video walkthrough of me getting to know this interface because it is just a lot. But what I don't like is going back to the Stream Elements multi-streaming side. They have their own vertical canvas, and there's nothing wrong with it. If I want to connect to other services, that's great. Not long until I turn into oil. Hey! Look, it's going to be at least another 1,000,000 years, okay? I have to go into the ground and decay and sit there for a while. All that stuff has to happen. Heat, time, pressure. I'm not going to turn into a diamond. Oil is probably accurate. You'll wait. Are you kidding? You're going to be right there alongside of me. We're going to fuel the same vehicle. Anyway, or some future plastic contraption. Let's go that way. That way we can be turned into something neat. Like a miniature. Like what we're going to be doing here today. Wait, we did this sitting in a cave decaying before we came out. We're 100% diamonds. Okay, that's true. That's very true. Yeah, all the pressure of society and from ourselves. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, Stream Elements SE Live. So I like that it has vertical, and I like that it has this one button go live. I don't use for those that know, I have a whole bunch of automation on buttons on my Stream Deck. So when I go live, I have to push a start button, and that initiates things like down in the corner, the podium. It helps to reset any of my variables and things that might not have gotten reset at the end of the previous stream. But there's all of these actions that are automated at the beginning and ending of my streams. Because I'm using SE Live for my streaming out, I can't do that. And where the advantage is, whoops, don't snap there, please. For those of these that have the icons on them, I don't have to go over to that service and add manual actions. So like when you stream on YouTube, you have to open the browser, go to create, type in all of your information, and then get it ready, then hit go live in your software, and it will send the signal over. Because mine keeps connecting to the wrong account, I have to do that anyways. But if I just wanted to go live on my Biotech account, I don't have to worry about that. It will just go live for me. It will also do the same on TikTok. So if I toggle this on, it will just automatically go live on TikTok when I do, and it will pass over one canvas. And I can set up multiple, so I can set it up to do the desktop and the vertical versions. I'm torn on this because Stream Elements does not have the option to turn on a virtual camera for the vertical experience. So I am running the virtual camera just off of the program that I'm running here right now. And you all know I'm usually running my virtual camera for other purposes where it's just this camera up here and nothing else. So, Shri, I'll turn it back on in just a minute. It was off for the Peak tournament, and that was our last stream. So that's why there's no painting of the roses yet. Hang tight. We'll get that turned on. You and Sammy both also know the loophole. So if you want to paint the roses, visit the other channel until I get around to it. Okay. So while Stream Elements is really cool that I can go push a button and go live on all of these platforms, and it does have TikTok chat and it does have YouTube chat, it doesn't support Instagram natively, so I have to go through other systems if I want to go there. It doesn't support Trovo, but Streamer.Bot does. It doesn't support Meld, but Streamer.Bot does. It's like there's a bunch of different things that I'm exploring but not heavily using that the SE Live system is not going to support, at least not for a while. So I'm really torn on this because the multi-RTMP and ATEM have such great support for all of those other platforms. And yes, I have to go to YouTube, and yes, I have to jump through a few more hoops. But I already have to do that anyways. And here's the thing. While SE Live and Streamlabs both have this option to stream direct to TikTok or to get a key and stream to TikTok, if you don't use this studio and allow their emotes and all of their extra junk to come through, and as you can see, this looks terrible over there because I'm virtual cameraing it out of my vertical or horizontal to a horizontal and a vertical experience, and it's just ugly. But they get really picky about what they promote and what they don't promote, and if you're connected or not. And they have timeouts and they have tests in here. If you vape, their AI will detect it and shut off your stream. Like, there is so much on the TikTok side that is just irritating. I'm not live over there, so I'm just going to say it. It is irritating. Like, they will flag you if you say things like Twitch and YouTube. So people say the purple app or the red app. And to go along with that, we make fun of them by calling them the clock app. Like, it gets really annoying on all of these little things that we have to do just to make it so that our streams get advertised, make it into the For You page, are on that discoverability side of things to allow that growth and everything over here. Because that's basically how they look at it, is you're streaming, so we're going to see this as a growth opportunity, but we want you to play by our rules if you're going to get it. And it gets so annoying. Hey, Alka, welcome in. I'm not doing a great job with chat today, but I say I'm not doing a great job with chat as we are like knee deep in tech now. So yeah, I'm thinking about going back to ADEM for vertical and multi-RTMP and ditching the SE Live stuff because I use it for so little. So I'll probably end up disconnecting stream elements from my Streamer.Bot. All of that to say why this is 7 greens instead of 6 and a yellow. Did you know continuous breaking columns on a Word document auto balances the columns? You get it, but that took you 30 minutes to figure out you had the wrong break. Oh, like you had oh yeah, the word break and then justified versus centered. Like I enjoy justified for most things, but I always forget about it. And then I end up with centered and it's this weird, looks like a tree kind of thing instead of square. Yeah. Word's fun. Now you should put an image in the middle. See what happens to your entire formatting of your 20-page document from that one single image that shouldn't have affected anything because it's behind the text. Should we go paint? No, before we get to painting, let me pop back over here. We'll get out of tech mode. Streamer.Bot is working. That's what matters. OBS is working. That also matters. And we're doing good. You were just trying some text justification, turned it off. You use Google Docs anyway, not sponsored. Nobody sponsors Google Docs. Even they don't sponsor it. Thank you, Crepe Place, for the coffee. Camera, you're not locked. Will you just stay there, please? Are you locked now? Yeah, that's better. No, I joke, but Google Docs is one of the just like very problematic things in business. Their integrations with other systems is low, and as somebody who deals with collaboration in big corporations and thousands of users, every time we would acquire a company, they'd be like, we use Slack and Google Docs. And I'm like, great. That is extremely insecure. Unsecure, whatever the word is that I want here. And we have to get you off of that immediately. And so now I have to migrate. How much do you have? Oh, like 10 terabytes of data? No problem. Let me just spend the next month moving data. This is the best thing ever. Use Word because your student status grants you the licenses again. Nearly 10 months without Excel. Oh my God. Now the temptation to Excel is back. Well, Sammy, you should excel. You should excel in class, in life, in all those things. And in making really long, weird formulas. No, I had a conversation with somebody a couple weeks back, and they were dealing with a ton of data, and it was the let's move you from Excel to Power BI conversation. Like, it's time to go with Power Platforms. And they're like, what is that? And I was like, oh, that's my world. Those ones when fonts require a license. Yes. And embed. Of course. Yeah, Embed.Bot is here today, which is great. I end up like toggling it off all the time when I end up with just like late in a stream and I've been going for 5 hours and there's like one person chatting and they're like, why is Embed.Bot picking on me? And it's like, well, because you just chatted like 30 times in 2 minutes and nobody else did. Use Word 2003 because the license is still valid. I love that. Somewhere around here, I probably have some old Office copies. Despite working on campus for a few years and then being a Microsoft developer for, 20 years or so, I still have some copies of Windows, the Adobe Suite, Office, and some AutoCAD stuff. I don't remember which versions. Um, all with key generators and all based on Australian licenses, oddly enough, because Microsoft did not have the like real version tracking on the Australian version back in the early 2000s. I don't know why. You still have Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing, incredible. And Crayola Crazy Art. Oh my God, are you talking like Windows 3.1 programs here? I'm all about this. You've been using Google Docs for more than 10 years, so you can't give it up. Trust me, Shri, you can. You end up working for the company I work for. We'll be moving you over to the Office suite. I promise you, there will be no more Google Docs. But you'd get to work with me for automations. So you've been avoiding text documents as much as possible. You should. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. I was reading something from a friend earlier, and they were posting about how like the written word and all of these different things with content and images and all this stuff are just being done through AI now, and how few people are actually just sitting down to like really write. And I had to laugh because we don't have a note taker in meetings anymore. We have Copilot, and Copilot will take our notes during the meeting. And then as we're going through, just talking with each other, we will talk to Copilot and tell it, hey, Copilot, when you write the summary, remind me at the end to add a card in our project board about this piece. Or remind us later that we need to talk about this. And it will put out bullet points at the end. And anytime we say, like, we'll need to talk about this or remind us about this or anything like that, it puts this bulleted list. It includes the entire transcript, then a summary, and then like a task list coming out of a meeting. And we don't have to say that, but if we want to make sure that like we're 100% confident it's in there at the end, then we do. And then it's really funny because my boss will take that and run it through ChatGPT, which it already is ChatGPT, but he runs it through that anyways to get an additional thing. And it's just like, okay, great. Oh, I'm just looking back at my mod actions because I had to add it back and it was put up front. And seeing people timed out and other people's chat during the peak climb, which I didn't notice. I noticed other chatters like complaining about irritating people, but I didn't realize there were people being timed out. Amazing. Yeah, unless you have to write like actual documentation, there's no reason to do text documents anymore. Make a video about it. What am I doing? This one there. Where is the disruptions? All right, cool. So yeah, so today we're going to paint, and I'm really, really excited about it. Wow, you were like so quick. You were like, the button is active and I am pushing it right now. And oh, Shri. Oh no, I'm not laughing. With a head. And thank you for painting the roses. And while we're at it, let's get Sammy too. Oh, Sammy. With a head. All right. Thank you both for painting the roses. The moment that I enabled it without saying a damn thing, you guys were just like waiting for that button to light up. Love it. I met some of my neighbors today because Nika got off her lead. They came over with their tied to a string, and they were like, "You can bring the string back to us later." And I was like, "Great, nice to meet you." I'm standing here in my bathrobe, so I'm gonna go take a shower now. Let's get that caffeine hit. Shri not being happy with her success or lack thereof on the Twitch side went to YouTube to save ahead. Congrats on finishing painting the roses over on that side. But yeah, she went on a little adventure, and I'm still not sure how. She's got a brand new lead. She should not have managed to get out of it. So now I have to figure out what happened there so that I can make sure she is not running around the neighborhood. That is 3 weeks in a row that she has gotten away. Save you some head too. Allie. There's always a little extra. Anyways, so just before I left town, a neighbor comes walking over carrying this, and it's like, excuse me, is this your dog? And I'm like, yes, she is. And he's like, I think she broke free. And yeah, she snapped this one in half, which, fine. This one used to actually be... No, person, that's a dog, not a dog. No. Yeah, this is the invisible dog, if you remember those. But no, he hands me Nika with a broken cable. And I'm like, okay, well, I take some time off of work. I run over to the pet store. I get a brand new lead. And it's fine. We leave. We head north. We're up there for a week. Everything's fine. Nada Devi snapped her collar in two, which is the second time she's done that. So my friend went to get her another collar. I don't even know if she did. We started using, she has one of those spiked collars because she doesn't pull on it. And it's really loose, so don't think that this is like spikes in her neck all the time. It's just a very loose collar with a second collar wrapped into it. You know, the worst part is the Nika treats are in the car. I have not even brought them into the house. Oh, look at her hearing those words. She's like, yeah, I know what's going on. I know what buttons got pushed. Yeah, I do. You know what? I have something for you. It's fine. One moment. I'm not going to change the camera because the camera is currently aimed at the model and set up on every other system. So I'm not going to do that. But we will just give Nika some treats right here. Let me give me a pause up. We'll do a little one. Pause up. Yeah, good girl. Did you even chew that? She's staring at my desk where I set the other one. She's like, no, I know what's going on. I don't care. Give me another one, please. All right, give me another pause up. She's getting karage, by the way. Because I didn't want to go to the car. So instead of me going to the car, she is getting Japanese fried chicken, which is actually really good. Can I ask her to shake? Down. Sit. Give me a paw. No, sit. Give me a paw. There we go. She's never quite sure about that one. The boys were trying so hard to get her to do that. And I was like, you guys really have to practice at this. And then they would just like fling their hand up and she would jump up like this, but she would go all the way up for the treat. And it was cute, but they're a lot shorter than I am. So she would just do these little hops to snag the treats from their hands and stuff. All right, puppy, that's it. Good girl. And thank you, Shri. Thank you for the Nika treats. Yeah. Thank you for the spoiled puppy. Who's just going to keep looking at us with her blue eyes like, why is that all? Why are the treats gone? For the same reason the whiskey's gone, because we ate it all. Oh, no, I don't do shake. I do give me a paw. It's the same thing, but oh, are you going to be like that now? So I don't really have to say anything. I can just put my hand out. And she does it, but she doesn't like her paws being held. Hey. Oh, you're just doing fives now. Okay, I see. So yeah. We do a lot of just like nonverbal communication, which is really funny because I will look at a spot, look at her, and then look at a spot that I want her to go. And sometimes she'll do it, sometimes she won't. And then about a week ago, she wanted me to do something. And she did that same thing where she looks at me and then she's like, just like tilting her eyes to the side to tell me what she wants. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you don't get to tell me that stuff. Like, knock it off. All right, puppy dog. You know what? I forgot to. Apparently, the last time I painted, I forgot to even empty this. But let's get some water in here real quick so that we can get started on painting, and then we'll kick over to the painting scene and get live on the Tiki Talk side. How far do we have before ads? Why do you not have? Oh, there we go. 22 minutes. I was like, the ads manager isn't updating. That's weird. So yeah, I just had the realization that this morning that our last painting was the partial Farquad painting. This is not what we're going to work on today. We're just going to leave it to the side. But it's been 4 months that it was seriously April 20th or thereabouts was the last time that we did a painting stream. So it has been quite a while, which also means that water has been sitting in there for a long time and luckily did not grow. Gene used to give high fives all the time. It was actually a new trick he added to his repertoire. Interestingly enough, he would never do rollover. I never even tried to do rollover with Nika. Come to think of it, most of my dogs I have never done rollover with. I don't know why. Just never have. We do belly, where it's just for belly rubs. There we go. making sure that the gravity isn't bad. You've had dogs aside from Nika? Yes. So, um, Nika is my first dog that I have had like on my own as an adult. Um, because I just never really wanted to have pets. Um, but I love huskies and like love having her around. She's ran off somewhere. Um, so growing up, I actually always had huskies. So my first one, when I lived in Alaska, we had a brown and black and white husky named Klondike. Then I moved in with my mom. My mom had a Cocker Spaniel, actually. I'm trying to remember which one it was. We had two. There was Benji and there was Patrick, or Sir Patrick. Um, I think when I lived with my mom, it was Patrick. But yes, Klondike. There are pictures. I don't know if I have any pictures of it. My dad might. But there are pictures of Klondike tied to a plastic sled, pulling my brother around in the front yard of our little house when we lived in Alaska. And yes, Sir Patrick. My mom was kind of like, she's not that religious, but every once in a while she gets on a religious kick. And so Saint Patrick would have been more likely, but she went with Sir Patrick for some reason with the dog. And I've never asked. Maybe this is something I need to ask, but it's just, I never asked. So then we had a dog for about a year at my mom's house that we called Sailor. And Sailor was not a collie, but a dog that looks kind of like a border collie, but smaller. I can't remember. Sheltie, maybe. And we found her on the beach. We were down visiting my family cabin. We found her on the beach, and she was just hanging around at this like driftwood boat shell. So it was like the wooden skeleton of a boat sitting half buried in the sand. And Sailor was just running around it, freaking out, barking at everybody. And we went over, and she was just the sweetest dog. And we walked her up and down the beach trying to find her owner, and we couldn't. So we ended up taking her home with us. She had mange, so we got that taken care of and took care of her for the year. And then my mom took her back down to the beach. This is seriously a full calendar year later, and she found a sign from somebody about their missing dog, and it was the dog we'd been calling Sailor. So she got reunited with her family after we had her for a year. And then at my dad's, I had another husky, which was named Mike. Conveniently the same name as one of my uncles. But Mike was a black and white husky, just a male version of Nika. He was the best freaking dog, and he would just run the property. Like, we had a full acre fenced in for the dogs, but once our other dogs were gone, then it was just him. And when I say our other dogs, my step siblings had a dog they called Jake, or AKA Pancho Villa. He was just this little ratty dog. My older stepbrother likes small dogs with like fur that is just long, matted, gross hair. That's the kind of dog he likes. So that's what he gets. And so we had Jake and Mike for quite a while. After Jake passed, then it was just Mike running around, and he ended up getting in a fight with one of our cats and got a scratch on his face that abscessed. So he had a hole through his cheek, and I had to clean it every day. And he got deer sausage so that I could give him some antibiotics and stuff. But that dog he got spoiled so much. And he used to just run wild. So like during the day, he would run over the neighbor's house. And I lived out in the county, so out in the country, if you want to say. So my neighbors had a dump in their backyard, and he would run over and bring back all sorts of stuff. So like some days he would bring back a loaf of bread, other days it would be like a whole turkey. Like whatever they threw out of their kitchen, he would bring home. And he had a lot of fun just running around the neighborhood and doing his thing. Um, what all are you connected to? Everything. Okay. Well, that's fine. I want this on the corner anyway. Um, do my family members have any pets right now? You know, my brother has a dog. Anyone else? Yeah. So, my older stepbrother has a dog. Once again, one of those little like terrier things covered in too much hair. He calls it Tank. Of course, it's about this big. Um, I don't know if my sister has a dog right now. The last time I remember her having a dog, it was a toy-sized Chihuahua. I mean, like the dog was like 6 inches in length. It was tiny, and it couldn't jump up on the couch because that was like, 4 times its body height. Um, so that was an interesting one. My younger brother currently has Nala. I think, yeah, you've all met Nala. And then my youngest brother had 2 dogs. He had Helix, and I don't remember the other one. Helix passed away earlier this year, and their girls became allergic to dogs, so they had to rehome their other dog. Um, so they no longer have pets. My parents, on my dad and stepmom, have 2 cats, Paws and Lily. Paws is an all gray, just like stocky cat, and then Lily is a Siamese. I think that's it right now. My mom did have a dog. She usually has a dog, but when they got rid of Pepper, they have not gotten another dog since. So she currently doesn't have one. And then you guys haven't met Nada Devi, but you've seen pictures of her. So I know she's technically not family, but considering that, we sleep in the same bed, she might as well be. How is Nomi doing? I need to follow up and find out. Everything I have heard has been absolutely wonderful. I think the last update I got was actually last winter, so it's been a while. I'm just kind of letting her live her life with the new family, and they've been really happy. My cousin that took her just got married a week and a half ago. So yeah. So Nomi, as far as I know, is still great. I'm just shaking up paint over here off to the side as we're chatting. And we can kick over to actually looking at the minis here in just a moment. Which I need to do so I can activate the TikTok stream because it's not good for this scene. It would like split me down the middle and have half of me at the top of the screen and the other half at the bottom, and that would just be weird. It'd be fine for the desktop viewers, not so much for the mobile viewers. Splitting down the middle, right? I was saying it earlier, like, it really bugs me that the Stream Elements vertical does not have a virtual camera, where Atom does, so I think that I'm going to swap that out. Speaking of splitting down the middle, how about just above the shoulders? Alka! With your very first, no less. With his head. Thank you for painting the roses. I feel like I already mixed one of these, but I will just do it again. Yeah, let's go over here. This is what matters. This is what we're painting today. I'm really stoked about this one because it is a really fun model. We've got a little bit of a zenithal going on. I've got a gray and a white mix primer. So we do have some highlights already on the model. We're going to lose most of those because I'm not using speed paints on it. And then I've been trying to figure out how I wanted to paint this because I've seen a lot of paint jobs. The traditional is like a red, orange, and yellow. I'll get to that in just a minute. I thought about maybe going with the paint job on. That's fine. It's just a empty bottle getting knocked off the table over here. It's vibrating like crazy from the turbo vibrator. That's a phrase. Anyway, I was thinking about going with Peter from Shining Force, which is like almost a rainbow, but not quite. And it has a lot of orange and then some blues and purples and reds and things like that. I like all of those ideas, but I kind of want to go more with the blue fire idea. So I'm going to lean into more purples, blues, whites, for the fire effects, the feathers, things of that nature. We're going to come in with some grays and stuff on the rock down here. There's a little, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a little spiral behind the tail there. And just some little random bits on the base that I'm going to try to paint up. But our main focus is going to be on the Phoenix itself. And so our flames are going to kind of go from a deep purple to a lighter purple to a blue, and those colors that I'm looking at right now are going to be actually that way. Kind of going from the alien purple out through the warlock purple to the electric blue and finally out to the matte white. And I have other colors that we could mix in here, but this is basically the fire palette that I'm going to be working with. So our closest to the material is going to be in our darkest color, and then we're going to work out towards those tips of the flames, getting that more and more highlight. And then for the beaks and the claws, I've got two color combination here. I've got the demonic yellow and the burning ore. So I'm going to kind of mix these together. I might mix them with a little bit of brown as well, depending on how it turns out, because I want to use this on the beak and the talons. We're going to use black for the actual claws on the talon, but I wanted to kind of do something that's in that darker orange realm, but not a pure orange. And Spin Kitty, hello! Tea time raid. Well, now I'm going to have to go make tea. Welcome in, friends. Parmeld, hello. Good to see you both. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? Doing some art. Okay. Well, friends, you see this Ace of Hearts over here in the corner. This gorgeous, wonderful human, Spin Kitty, does phenomenal artwork. If you have never seen the landscape artwork that they do, the watercolor stuff that they do, it is amazing. They have a palette that is like a rose. They have these fun gadgets. It is always a wonderful time and a great conversationalist. So if you are not following Spin Kitty, click that heart up at the top of chat right now and correct that and give our friend some love. Thank you so much for the raid, and thanks for coming over here. Much appreciated. As you can tell, we're getting ready to paint. I was just going over what our palette's going to be. We're painting a Phoenix, and we're going to be doing kind of some purple and blue flames on the Phoenix today. So I'm about to dive in. I haven't even picked up a brush yet. We've just been talking tech for like the last hour. You know how that goes. And yeah, so we're going to start to get in here with a little bit of some basing. And the idea here is I'm going to be coming back from a deep purple to a lighter purples, blues, and finally to white as we go through it. So I'm really excited about it. I've been waiting to paint this for a very long time, and we've not done a painting stream in 4 months. So I'm super stoked. Yeah, and if you're new here, I'm Violacious. Everyone calls me Vi, and we do a little bit of everything. A lot of variety in gaming. We do some painting. Once upon a time, we did cooking streams. We also do a little bit of sewing streams. So it really is a little bit of everything. But today is painting miniatures and having some fun with that. And you don't know if I responded to your question about Nomi yet. No, you didn't. You cut off the audio. No worries. Yeah. So you asked why I couldn't keep Nomi. So the reason is that my asthma has been really, really bad for the last few years, and I am very, very allergic to cats. Nomi was, of course, my ex's cat, and I would have kept her if I could, but with my asthma and allergies, it just was not fair to her. I had her shut out of my office, out of my bedroom. And so when my ex finally moved out, it was just going to be Nomi running around the house and not being able to be in with people ever. And she was such a love bug that seemed cruel. And so when I became a drifter for a bit, instead of kind of finding her temporary housing, I found her full-time housing. And luckily a place where she is spoiled to the absolute maximum, which is what we wanted for her in the first place, because she is such a good cat. So things were okay-ish with Not never triggered my allergies. Nomi really seriously did. I had cuts on my legs that did not heal for 3 months because of my reactions to the cat aspects of them. So yeah, it got pretty bad. But yeah, she's in a great home, and I can still go visit her. It's not like I can't see her. But yeah, no, it's better for her to be where she's at. I'm going to pretend to be rich with my palette today just because I opened up my change container and right at the top are 4 quarters. So we're going to put quarters on our palette instead of nickels. Just visitor, just don't pass out from sneezing too much. No, as long as I stay outside and see her there, it's all good. You got to go do some self-care. Please do. Yes. And anybody else that came over with Spin, if you need to raid and run or raid and fade, do the self-care thing, get out of your chair, run around. Please do. All right. I think we should get started. And like I said, I'm going to just start in with our darkest purple, and I'm going to kind of work our way starting up here on the smaller feathers at the front of the wings and working our way back and get lighter and lighter as we go. I'm going to end up these like tendrils. I'm going to be doing some detail work in them later, possibly even dry brushing it in. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do that yet. So we're going to play with that a little bit. And then when we get down into these larger feathers, the tail feathers, I'm going to kind of come in and do some dark, some light, and have them have individual gradients. But I'm not going to do that for all of these little teeny tiny feathers. We're just not going to do that level of detail because I would be here for a month, which we don't want. So we're just going to be a little bit more sensible about that. Yeah. But yeah, for our first color we're going to be working with, it's going to be Alien Purple. This is a pretty dark purple here as far as the Army Painter stuff goes. And of course, being away for so many months, I have to find out if my paints are even going to be working with me or if they're just going to blurp all over the place, which they do. That one looks wet. That's a good sign. We're listening to Spotify made a mix for the Midnight High Radio, which is great. You've all heard me talk about Midnight High quite a bit. One of my favorite bands. I'm going to go see them again in just a couple of weeks. They are performing with Hot Bodies in Motion, who are doing their first single release in 10 years. Well, 11 years now. So really excited about that. That paint mixed up really well, but it ended up with some pigment glob that needs to be mixed with the medium and a bunch of bubbles. So you're gonna just stir that together a little on the palette. I know it's kind of off screen, but there we go. And we are using a pretty good sized brush here. This is a number 6, which is not what I would normally use for minis, but this is also a very big mini. All right, it's happened. We've put some color down. Oh, let's go live on the other one. Can you request songs? Good question. I don't know. Will you behave? We'll find out in a minute. Let me get live over here. Do, 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 do. All right, there we go. Hi, TikToks. Okay. Can you request songs? I am going to guess from what I just saw that the answer is probably no. It would do. I think you can do exclamation mark song. Let's not continue to paint my microphone. Yeah, only Caster responded for the songs. So the answer is going to be no. Unfortunately, you won't be able to request songs. The song bot, Songify bot, is not playing well with all of the updates that have been happening across the systems. It's a pretty purple. You're also biased because purple is your favorite color. I'm not biased at all. My username means of or having to do with the color violet. My name is Violet. But no, definitely no bias here. Let me just run over my cords. There we go. I need to get like a cord holder that holds this up off the floor. Sure, bye. Right? You can tell people believe me. Music? Hello? So you can tell I'm not worrying about perfection here at all. I'm kind of just getting in here. And if some feathers don't get painted, that is perfectly fine. I'm going to come down a little bit lower here, but I'm not putting more paint on the brush because I don't want it to get as solid of coverage. So I'm not going into dry brushing territory, but I don't want it to be as dense, and I don't want to have to pull out the medium to get there. And we're going to come back and do a lot of blending later on. It's going to be a big part of this. Right now, we're going to move on to our second purple. So our first one is called Alien Purple, and that is just kind of that more bluish tone, a little bit more of a pure purple. This one's got a little bit more red to it. So we are going a little bit out of the spectrum before we go into the blue as we go into a lighter color here. Are you going to just squirt out, or are you going to make me work for it? Nope, you're going to squirt. Wonderful. Love that. And let's see. Yeah, I'll worry about Songify another time. Did you make it squirt? I did, but only a little bit. I did a controlled squirt, not a big like lid popping off, paint everywhere squirt. Why did I feel the need to clarify that? Shame, that would have made a good clip. Considering it was a long time ago. We were painting puddles of blue on some terrain pieces, and they had a certain shape to them, and I used a very dark color in the center, followed by a lighter blue around it, and it was kind of a pointed oval look, if you can imagine. And then while doing that, I knocked over the blue, and we just ended up with this big puddle of dark blue wash right in the middle of this mat, actually. It was very appropriate. I'm going to mix together. I said we were going to do some blending later. I'm going to blend now. Mix together our two purples and get something that's not quite as bright, since we're going to kind of transition through these colors a bit. I can slide this over just a little bit. You can just paint over the top of it and hope we don't drop it. So this is the color we're going to. That's what we're using for now. Silly caps, right? What else is going on? Well, Wednesday, unless anything changes, we will have Bob back on the stream. We're probably going to play games, but we will be talking music because we've got a lot to catch up on. And we're trying to figure out some time to get together in person as well, just to really do some more personal catch-up stuff. Oh no! Well, I held them off as long as we could, but Twitch, you've got ads. Caught them again. I think I'm going to use this color for. Oh my god! I cannot believe you would do something like that. Shri, that's a great question. Hang on. Of course, I don't have the keyboard up here. I need to get the keyboard its own table. Why is that not enabled? Is the quote system broken? Oops. Wrong chat window. Quote ID, quote game. Wow. Yeah, I would say quotes are broken. General settings. Quote system. Did you change the system, Streamer.Bot? A great quote, right? Amazing quote. Switch cases are case sensitive. Okay. Quotes. The quotes are here. I have no idea which one that was. Shri, no, that did not add the quote. I shouldn't be doing this with a wet brush in my hand. Wait, what? Quote added. Well, the song bot is always broken. Okay, that's better. Shri, can you try your adding a quote again? And then what am I doing? Girl, come on. I updated the Stream Deck, Streamer.Bot, and OBS. Who knows what's working? I'm live. That's the miracle on its own. Quote add, and it posted back a quote. Okay. That is not right. Let me make sure. Did it add it? Because it should have said quote added. What the fucking bed? Thank you, Embedbot. Well played. It's general, not defaults. General. Not UI, general settings. Where did quotes go? I just looked at them, but I didn't see where. Services quotes. I have the quotes. Add, delete, edit, re-index. Okay, where did they hide the quote system in this new thing? Wow, they changed this so much. There's like menus that pop open on top of menus that pop open. I'm just like, where is everything? And where are all of the quote settings? Because I have the quotes list, file folder watcher, timers, file tails, process watcher, credits, process watcher. Oh, wow. Okay. It has MIDI in and outputs. That's a twist. Voice controls. I knew that. Server settings. I may have to reset some of the server stuff that connects over to Discord. Okay, we're not going to labs. Whether or not to include the command in the command list sub-action. Persist user counters, case sensitive, global cooldown, sources. Oh, that's cool. What sources are enabled by default? YouTube message, Twitch message. Oh, sorry, nerding out for a moment. I know this is going to look weird on the TikTok side. I'm sorry about that. They added Twitch shared chat in here. So if a command is on another channel, it can port over, which is amazing. That doesn't help me with what did they do to my quote system, because I am very confused as to why it's not adding quotes here. No, Shri, that's not happening. We're not. No, we're getting out of this screen right now. That's twice we have dipped into tech. We're getting the hell out of there before it becomes official. Needed a bunch more of that color. So this is a model that, if you have an airbrush, would definitely be my recommendation on that. Sammy would want it to be official. I'm very aware. Sammy is all about the tech stream. Have I satisfied the owl today? Oh my god. Appeasing the owl has not happened in over 100 days. I have not completely given up on learning Japanese, but I have decided to at least not pursue that for now via Duolingo. If I can find it in another app, I may pursue it more there. What I have realized is that the actual practical usage of the language is a challenge. No, I just moved on from it. That's all. Doing other things. Life looks a lot different these days than it did, the last couple of years. Oh, is it still there? Okay. Well, where's that one even at? There's like way too many redeems on this channel. There, no more. We don't have to worry about anybody accidentally pushing that button. You could have pushed the button, but not anymore. Didn't want to push it and distract me. I appreciate that. There's automation that turns off certain categories for when we're like doing collabs and stuff like that, where I have it wired to scenes, but that was not in the groupings that disabled. So it's actually better that I found it today anyways. All right, well, let's wash this brush. Even though you've distracted me like twice where I had to go into temporary tech mode in bed. A tech stream in bed? Don't mind if I do. Okay, so we're going to go from here into more of a pink color. Like I said, we're kind of doing this initial pass with just the gradient that I want to do, and then we're going to come back in and do smaller iterations of it throughout the actual larger feathers. You'd have to stream either on my laptop or iPad. You don't know that. One, this system moves. No, it's not like on a rolling cart or something like that, but I could move it if I needed to. My room is a terrible setup for a streaming scenario. I have to think about at some point in the future how to handle things with the kids here. I don't know what that's going to look like at this point, but the kids were asking me, they're like, you do sleepovers here all the time. Can we come to your house for a sleepover? I was like, well, yeah. I mean, if you guys want to come to the city, like that's fine by me. Um, so they want to come over and hang out. So I was like, I'll find some time for that. Uh, I don't know when it'd be. It'd probably be like next month. Um, because we've got a lot of stuff going on in September, um, including now a yet to be determined on days trip to Oregon. You said before I'd give you a house tour. Could I still do that? Let's do that in Discord because this is not my house. It's still the house I'm renting, and all the furniture in here, except for my desk and the chair I'm sitting in, and one piece of furniture over there, is not mine. So, yes, I can show you like this is where I'm at, but it feels very much like doing a tour of an Airbnb. I'm doing a tour of somebody else's space. And right now it's so awkward. Like my bed is still standing in the hallway. I've been here since January. I've been here for essentially 7 full months. And I'm not unpacked. My bed's standing upright. So yeah. But I do have to get into the bedrooms, which are basically just storage rooms, and get them sorted enough to have the bed set up. One room for the boys and one for the girl if she decides to come. And I'm intentionally being vague there. But yeah, we could do that in a Discord sometime. I just pop the camera over to my phone and walk you around and show you the place. Because right now, Matt and Julia have seen the living room from actually being in the living room. I mean, you can all see it. It's right there. And then I think 83 is the only one that's seen the rest of the house, because they came over and stayed a night here. And so I cleared off the bed in the back bedroom, which currently is where my sewing supplies are all stashed, and costume boxes and all of that are on top of that bed. So it's a mess. We need more Warlock Magenta. Blurp. It's a sound effect that I imagined that it would make. It doesn't really make a sound effect. If we meet in person where you come to Washington, can I tell you some recommendations of where I would want you to meet up? Ooh. Oh, that's a tough question. How long are you here for? What do you want to do when you're here? You're mostly more on the emo scene. We do have like an emo industrial club, goth emo industrial club we could go to. Or what we are all more inclined to do, just those of us that are here, like concerts, parks, going out to eat, typically like Asian food and Japanese. Seattle has an amazing diversity of Asian foods. Like we have Asian specific markets, a whole bunch of them, including like in the International District, there's Wajimaya, which is Japanese specific. Then there's Asian Family Market. There's H Mart. There's the Ranch Market. Like seriously, surrounding me, half of the grocery stores are Asian focused, which I am not complaining. It is great for seafood and delicacies that just you won't find in a regular store. Um, in a regular store, if you can call like a Safeway and a Kroger regular. Um, they're just those brands, you know. Um, you don't know, haven't been to Seattle in ages. Okay. Well, yeah, it just really depends on what you want to do, and who all is meeting up. I would kind of adjust things from there depending on who all is involved. Uh, because for me personally, like concerts, that's that's where I end up. You know, going out to a show, things like that. Show you some of the things that you find me talking about. I know I'm getting a little off camera there, trying to find some spots where there's some gray showing through. You'd want to meet Julia, Matt, and Tay. Yeah, so if we were doing something like that, then I might look more at like doing like karaoke at Rockbox or uh planning a dinner and going to like the all you can eat. Well, I don't know. I probably wouldn't take you there because I feel like their menu is not friendly to an Indian diet. There's an all you can eat like Japanese place, but I think the menu is a little um not friendly to restrictive diets. Sassy, hello. Good to see you. Shri, it's not about that. Um, you want to see the Space Needle? I think that'd be cool. Um, Depending on the time of year, Seattle Center in general is a fantastic place. And I can show you around that place like nobody's business. I know the ins and outs, the secret hallways, you name it. I can show you Seattle Center. um, it really helps that I've worked events there for so long. All right. So our next little bit of painting here, I'm going to bring this over just while I mix up this color. We're going to be moving into our blue color, and our blue color obviously is a far cry from this pink that we've gotten into here. And we're going to be blending it a few times. We're going to blend it first in with the pink. So we're going to kind of bring this back into a purple tone, but something a little bit lighter. And then we're going to go from there into uh, a blue and white. You can see on our paper towel over here, which is right. Nope. Right here. You can kind of see that color. Said I would corrupt you by having you do all the things you've never done before. You were like, oh, Shri, when we meet up, we are doing all those things. Yes, you're keeping a list, right? We will corrupt you within reason. Obviously, I don't want to violate like your beliefs or cultural restrictions or anything like that. Uh, but beyond that, within reason, yes. You thought I was. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back through so many streams. It'll be fun. I am sure of that. Let's see. Let's get a different brush for this. This one's kind of fine for mixing, but what I should get is a palette knife. I have them. This sounds like fun, haha, in bed. In bed bot always zings you. Inked bot. Mm-hmm. There we go. I was like, what color am I after here? So obviously we've got a lot of different pinks and purples and things going on here, but we're going to move from this color over towards this blue. So we're going to go through this purple now. And I almost feel like I should have reversed this because it does feel like we're coming more off of this color, but I really wanted that deep color at the front. You just woke up, leave you alone. You are perfectly fine, just the way you are, even if that is groggy. And InkedBot sounds like something for getting a new tattoo recommendation, and I'm all for that. Go to a play party in the US? Yes. Oh my god. If you end up here, some of the parties I have not been able to attend that I have been sending Sammy's way, I would absolutely go with you. I have some friends that have some parties, but I recently learned about some like really neat ones, like dinners and dances and things like that that turn into more focused parties that I think you would have a lot of fun with. I would hope so, but I don't know. I think it'd be really interesting to find that out. I did see there was like that camp in the UK, like a 3-day weekend camp that looked really interesting. And then I know that Seattle did something like that just last week, but I was out of town. Darn obligations and responsibilities anyway. Ooh, I am loving that color. It's like every color of purple. It's so good. You love that so much. It's so much fun. You just watched Dying for Sex and it looks like so much fun. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out. You don't have too many options, too small. I can understand that. I've got a friend over there that moved there from the Seattle area, and she's currently doing, sorry, they are currently doing, I want to say they started behavioral health, like therapy, that is a very like sex positive and trans focused therapies. But they are not in your city. They're a couple hours away right now. They come to your city during Pride. I know that. Sammy is aware and now following them on the socials for when their events come up. They do one called Z Queer as Fuck, which is one of the like best performances ever. Like as far as storytelling, spoken word kind of shows go, I've been to see it twice. I've asked them to put it out on DVD because I would watch it a million more times. It is so good. So if you get a chance to see it, definitely do. And of course, I'll let you know if I find out it's coming to town. You were knew I was worried about obstructing your values and beliefs. Just remember, you don't like seafood, don't eat beef, and don't drink alcohol. Seems easy. Oh no, I know. If you come to visit in June, can we go to Pride? Yes. Pride in Seattle is the last weekend in June. So like the parade is the last Sunday in June. So if you want to be here for the real Pride weekend, that's the one. And then yeah, from there we can decide what to do, because there's so many different venues and stuff during the summer in Seattle, because they do block parties and close down streets. They have the women's pride party, the men's pride party, like the week, I can't remember if it's the week before or a couple weeks after is Capitol Hill Block Party, which is just a music and arts focused event. So yeah, there's so many things right around that time frame and in the area. So we could definitely work out something during that time frame. I'm gonna mix up a little bit more of this purple because it's a little light. Am I traveling? What a question. I never filled my water. I think my water bottle's in my car, but I have a glass here. Let me get some water. With my dead name mug. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate. Am I traveling? Not in the short term. Well, that's not entirely true. I'm not doing any long distance traveling. I am within the next few weeks. I am planning to head down to Oregon. I don't know yet if that's going to be a beach trip or just Portland, but I'm going to go down and visit Tay, and I need to get to the cabin. So that needs to happen too. I have not been down there since last summer. So I really need to get back. I've been in town. I went down for a few days around Memorial Day for my brother's wedding, and I saw Tay when I was there. We had a great time, but I haven't gotten to just go to my family cabin and relax because, of course, during the wedding, my brother had the cabin booked. Go figure. It was only right for him to have the cabin during the wedding. But yeah, so I'm going to be going down there during September, and then later in September. I say later. It's just a couple of weeks away, but it feels farther. We have the Raids for Research with Fred Hutch Cancer Center. So we will be doing 8 days of fundraising for Fred Hutch. So we'll have all sorts of stuff. As you all know, I'm trying to not rack up more IOUs. We just did an IOU stream and we still have a year-old IOUs. So we'll be doing things like giveaways and other exciting stuff like that. Speaking of those giveaways, I haven't figured out if it's going to be part of the Fred Hutch or part of my birthday stream, but I do have another full set or another full box of Dungeons and Lasers minis that I'm going to give away. So if anybody is interested in that, we'll be doing, what is it? It is the, I need to pick it up, but it's the playable races from Deus Layer. So it's from the same set as this Phoenix that we're painting. But it's all mini minis. Maybe you should send me a customized mug with my current name on it for my birthday or something. That would be awesome. What about more merch giveaways? I would love to do more merch giveaways. I have not done that in a while, so I could absolutely see some merch giveaways coming along with the charity stream. I think that would be a great way to do things. Maybe 2 weeks is a tight time frame. I'll have to see if I can get a hold of an artist that might be interested in helping me create some special Fred Hutch themed merch. It's been really tough this summer to really schedule anything out far. And I'm still kind of in that same boat where it's just tough to do those long-term schedulings because there's so much that I just don't know what's going on. You all know that, I've been spending a lot of time with the kids and doing that. Things have been a little bit weird. Like I've spent a couple months at my friend's house, and for anyone that might be watching for the first time or catching this VOD later, jellyfish, of course. Yes, give me just a moment. I have spent a lot of time staying with my friend at her house, and we are platonic friends. So I, always want to make that very clear. But there are a lot of feelings involved, and there are 5 kids. And I help her out with just taking care of them. And it makes things get a little tricky sometimes. And because of the feelings, we take time apart and then drift back together and try to make things as civil as we can because of, needing help with the kids. So I spend a lot of time there. And right now it's very unpredictable as to what those needs are and how much we can tolerate. So I never know if I'm going to be home or not, unless it's something big that I have to schedule. I'm just leaving it very, very open. But I'm trying to figure out how I can stream when I'm there. Obviously, the kids would be very supportive of that, but the focus that I have here and the focus that they need run counter to each other. Not to mention things like I can't stream on TikTok at all when they're around because that is an 18 plus streaming requirement for my terms of service with them. So even though we're sitting here painting and there's nothing bad about what we're doing, TikTok is still like, no one under 18. All right, let's see how we paint with some little dangly bits in our eyes. Thank you, Sassy, for the hat trick. There we go. It's an actual hat. Yes, it is. If you ever click over to my channel when I am not live, let it sit there for about 10 seconds. And it will just be complete silence because it starts out with a scene from 2 years ago, Pride. We did drag makeup, which was the first time that I ever did like contouring and gluing down and redrawing eyebrows and all that stuff. I had a lot of fun with it. I want to do it again. we'll figure it out when June comes around, I'm sure, if not sooner. Um, but it starts out, and I'm just like looking into the camera and doing that close up, straight into the eyes thing, and then it startles me every time because I load up my own page and I'm working on the schedule or something like that, and I forget that I'm there, and then all of a sudden I hear, "I'm violacious and I'm a jellyfish," and I'm just like, "Wah!" And it's just me wearing this hat. But it like jump scares me every time because I forget that it's there. All right. We have worked our purples into more purples. We're going to work into the blue and then into the blue and white. So we're going to do those two next. And then we're going to come back. Obviously, you can see some pretty significant lines right now through these colors. So we are either going to start to blend these colors together so that they disappear a little bit, or possibly get some glazing medium and come back in and glaze up so that we can get that coverage without going too much into mixing a million different shades. It's amazing what 4 colors can really get you. Wait, do I have a PO box? I sure do. Are you on the PC right now? Do I have my PO box on Twitch? Now the questions are coming out. Back to my channel. I don't think I have it linked. I don't have it linked directly on Twitch, but if you go over to the link tree, you will see business contact. And if you click on that, it'll take just a moment and then it'll give you my PO box. Just make sure if you're going to ship me something, let me know, because I have a PO box that can receive packages. But I don't check it all that often. And they have parcel lockers in addition to my PO box that are coded, and they will put packages into those for me. So I need to know, because my PO box is seriously like this big. It's just this little tiny thing that holds envelopes. And I will show up and it'll have like a giant catalog shoved into it so nothing else fits. And so I never worry about it. Oh, business contact from the link tree. I could also just paste it into chat. I could have made this a lot easier. I don't know why it's not a command either, but it's under business contact because it's the biotech company. Like the biotech business address is even the post office. So I paid extra to have a physical address there so that I could do that. It's just stuck on loading. Never mind. Got it. Got it in bed. Perfect. And you'll definitely let me know. Sounds good. It's funny. I used to give out my actual address to a lot of people, um, mainly other streamers and stuff where I wasn't too concerned about it. And then I was like, well, the PO box is a safety thing, so I'll use it. And now it's more that it just makes sense to use it because my address has changed so many times and the PO box stays, you know, fixed. Since I got my PO box, it has almost quadrupled in price. I keep thinking, oh, I'll get one of the bigger boxes, and then I look at the price and I'm like, never mind. Don't ask me why I did the underside of that wing and the top of this wing and then not the other. Oh, if you want to, that's fine. Okay, I want to get up a little bit higher here. Okay, I need a little bit more of the blue to finish off this other side. And then we'll be moving over to some white to finish out the tips of these wings. And then, of course, we're going to have to remix all of our colors for the rest of it. We are indeed painting. Hello, Starwind. Good to see you. I swear I did not pull this color palette from TC Starwind's bat, although there might be a lot of similarities. I'm like, where did we just dip? We're okay. Pick some lovely colors. Thank you. You don't have any blue. This is true. Hey, thank you for the likes over on the TikTok side. Appreciate that. Oh, speaking of, they're like, hey, are you still a human? Can you complete a puzzle real quick to prove that you are still here? Yes, I'm still here. Thank you, TikTok. I am still here. I am still human. In my head, I'm singing along, but I am not actually singing along because I love this voice too much. Trying to get into some of these closer spots. Little spots where the primer's still showing through. Under the cover of detail painting. Okay. Oh. That's right. No stealth painting. We're all painting together today, and that means lots of attention. Off with the head. Don't respond to Shree's message in bed. Okay, got it. You got to go get dinner. Okay. Enjoy. We'll talk in a minute. I will wait until you get back before I read your message. I saw it was a long message. So I was going to read it, but I needed to get through that blue first. Still, we'll paint a little white and then come back to it. Yeah. Okay, this isn't gone yet. Now it is. Okay. So we're going to come in with some plain white here. Do I need to poke you too? No, I just had a little bit of partially dried goop in the nozzle. There we go. About 5 minutes, a little less until the next ad break. I want to say that I don't know how we've been live for 2 hours, but then I see the wings, and yeah, of course we have. Imagine getting ads, right? Wait, is this a song? Brushstrokes? Hang on. Oh, broad strokes. Okay. Hello, Amy. Such pretty wings, right? We love it when our wings end up just subtly in the bi flag. It's brushstrokes now, yeah. And we get to use this nice big paintbrush, which is making this really, really nice too. I think our next mini is going to be the Etten, the next one that we paint after this. Because, I put this off until now, actually, so that I could make sure that we were coming back, not just a painting stream and then disappearing again. Because it definitely has been feeling like that's what's been happening this year, is we start something and then vanish. Which I'm not saying that there's not more vanishing ahead, but painting is back on the menu. Just got back from a walk. Now you want a nap. Hey, that is fantastic. Love both the idea of a nap and getting out for a walk. That sounds really good. The friend who walks Nika for me wrote to me today and said that she wanted me to send her love and her daughter's love to Nika because they miss her because they haven't seen her most of the summer. Okay, you're back. Now you can respond to my message. Okay, well, now I can read your message because I held off. So what you wanted to do was make video messages from all the community friends, yourself, Sammy, etc. And basically have them in each of their own videos. Whoop. I'll have to scroll up and hold it there. To make a video compilation, wish happy birthday, then express how much you mean to each of them and how much you love. That's lovely. Hello, Dragonwing. Shri, if you wanted to do something like that, feel free. Obviously, the Discord is not the best place for it, just because of how that all works out. But no, we've done that for other community members. We've done that for Julia, where we read haikus. We've done similar for Tay. So if you want to organize something like that, anytime, feel free. Or talk to Sammy and Amy and others and see what you could do for organizing surprises and stuff if you ever, feel like it. I can give generic advice, but obviously when you're talking about surprising me, I'm not going to give anything specific. But yeah. No, we have a lot of fun with that. That's how we actually organized Tay's DJ controller for her birthday. Is we started talking in a secret space and pooling money together. And then I actually used one of my business accounts to handle the donations so that Tay didn't know what was happening behind the scenes and was able to deliver that to her. And there's the ads. Well, Purple App, you've got ads. The thing is, though, you don't know how to reach out to everyone. Well, that's the joy of the community. There are folks in the community that do. And so if you're looking to, and something like that is, what you're inspired to do, reach out to some community members, some start with close, trusted community members, and they will be able to put the pieces together to make that kind of stuff happen. So I know that can be one of those things that's very nerve-wracking for some folks, doing that outreach and stuff. So hang on, I'm starting this one over. I really, really wish that I could send the music to YouTube. I need to get... That needs to be our next tech stream, is setting up another app that does music that I can't hear, so it doesn't mess with my brain, but does send some royalty-free music over to YouTube. You have a YouTube channel, but you're not streaming. Oh, I know that. Shri, do some streaming. There you go. Yes, we would all come for the Shri bat signal. Exactly. I can help you set up a PNG tuber. Uh-oh, there's a Nika hair. Back to the show. Luckily, that does not record, only when I speak over it. Tweezers, where are you? Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's so messed up. If you spent any time here watching me paint, you know that I do a lot of dry brushing and a lot of highlight, like edge highlighting type of stuff. So right now we're only brushing down to leave some of that gray and shadow along this whole area while painting it mostly in white. And I'm going to come back and actually dry brush, proper dry brush, and some color into those legs. But like how this one is all gray, And this one looks very white now, but it still has some shadow in there. If I tilt it up, you can see that more. I'm getting to the point where if I paint any further down, I'm going to need one, a glove, and two, I'm going to have to switch and hold up here, which I definitely want a glove before I do that because I don't want oils from my hand to be lifting the paint. We haven't even started in on the head at all. I haven't really decided how I'm going to do the head yet. I feel like it's kind of in a single color, but you can see that I've intentionally started to do the painting here at the chest, not in the head. I say at the chest, at the crop. If you know, you know. When you have kittens next, you're considering doing a kitten cam stream? Yes. Sassy, you probably have not met them, but Hazard Bunny is a Twitch streamer. She hasn't been streaming much on Twitch, but she does kitten fosters and she does TikToks, mostly shorts of just her and the kittens. And she had brain surgery not too long ago, so she's been doing some brain surgery themed shorts as well. But she does it to raise money for taking care of the cats, getting them medicine and things like that. So here's a new batch of kittens. Help me name them. Here's the theme, or here's a letter, or things like that. And she gets a lot of really good engagement that way, to the point that now she kind of, I don't want to say that she's abandoned Twitch because I don't know that she has, but she hasn't streamed in quite a while. And her focus has really been on the foster kittens and content related to them. So that's been a really lovely thing to see and how that has shifted. You want to raise money for your foster too? The lady you do it for has a dedicated room you want to get cameras in. Oh yes, absolutely. Yes. You are speaking my language. We did a little bit of an investment on the Eagle Cam this year, but we found some really reasonable, also pretty good cameras that also have some infrared qualities. So they're able to give us a video feed in the dark. Obviously, we have the Eagle Cam offline. Since there's no eggs this year, there's just not a lot to show at the nest, and it becomes not the most exciting. So they're just running reruns there at the gardens and the stream offline right now. But you floated it her way, but she hasn't seemed super interested. Yeah, it's one of those things that people don't really think about as being a thing. But what I can say is people watch it, and you can do some different stuff. So if you're going with like the Twitch space, oh my gosh, it's been a while since I looked at any of these. So I'm kind of just winging it a little bit here. But Turtles and Chill is a really good one for an aquarium stream, where they have, just a few cameras, different angles, and you see the turtles and the fish in the tanks. There is a wolf rescue, which I think is a really cool one. They have a 4-way split stream, and you can change camera 1, 2, 3, 4 to different angles because they have multiple cameras. And are they live? I'm like, there's so many that I follow now. I don't even know if I'm still following them. I am not seeing them live at the moment. But yeah, if you zap me a message and remind me, I'll send you some links. But there's the wolf rescue. There is an owl stream where it's like an owl nest in like a birdhouse kind of enclosed box with the nest inside, so they get to see that one. The owls are so cool, and watching their babies and stuff, and then the way that they do live and rerun in the same space and kind of how that works. And theirs is also really cool because they have a camera inside of the box with the nest, and then they have cameras outside, so you get to see them as they fledge and fly around the area and stuff. It's not just isolated to the nest. Like, I want to get multiple cameras up out in the woods at Glacier Gardens, but it's really hard to do because we have to get a lift to get into the trees, then get climbing gear and go up there, and we have to do it, with enough frequency because the winters there and stuff are just so long and dark and hard, that it's pretty tough on our technology. Anyway, back to painting. But yeah, what I will say is that when we have a baby in the nest, and granted, I have not insignificant viewership on YouTube for the Eagle camera, but it can pull in a few $100s a month on its own just from running the feed. I use Nightbot for automated moderation, for some pre-baked commands, things like that to talk about what's on there. I do random messages every now and then, so the stream is never completely quiet, even if nobody's around. Like every 20 minutes or so, it'll drop a message into chat, just so that there's one there. And then mine's specific, but each one could be a little bit different. We have a tide command that'll tell you what the tide schedule is in the area, so you know if the tide is in or out, which can dictate when the birds are going to be in the nest, when they're going to be out fishing, things like that aren't necessarily relevant to a kitten foster, but there are probably some interesting things there, like cat facts or weather reports if they're able to go outside, and like I said, changing cameras, stuff like that. There's just a lot. Giving some ideas. Kitten season is coming up. Love that. Well, I can't wait to see what you do. Treat dispenser is a huge one, and I want to say it's like Moonlight Bunnies or something. I'm gonna look that up because I think that's right. Keyboard, get over here. Oh, there are so many Moonlight Bunnies that are not what I'm after. Oh, this one's not live. This is not it. This is Moonlight's Bunnies. Oh my gosh, just searching bunnies. You get Tiki Room Bunnies, Critterville, USA, Loaf Lounge. Q Bunny TV. Oh, here we go. This one I have not been to before, but it's live right now. Cute. Wait, I have been to this one. I don't remember this being the link though. Yeah, let me drop this one into the chat. So this channel, it's partnered. It has over 40,000 followers. And then you just do like bit-driven treat dispensing. Oh my God, what in the South just came out of my mouth? Bit driven treat dispenser. There we go. um, but yeah, you can just do that. I think this one has there is a treat if you have 3,000, so you can get like treats for uh if you have a lot of points on the channel, things like that. She says, I follow Cube Bunny. They are so cute. Welcome back, Sammy. Um, but yeah, so you see they've got the bunnies and the guinea pigs, and they've got indoors and outdoors, and apparently some fish now as well, so you can give fish treats. So they have all of these automated systems. Now, those obviously are more involved. There's some sort of automated dispenser that is triggered from the computer. You just need to get the units. They have Wi-Fi enabled lights and stuff like that that can be controlled by streams. So all you need is an outlet that can be controlled, and it's enough to do a switch that will dispense treats. But yeah, you could do like 100 bits will send out some treats or things like that. So they're really fun. Like I said, the Wolf Rescue switches cameras, so there's one inside of a culvert and things of that nature. So there's a lot of different options that you can get there. Okay, I'm going to switch to a more detailed brush for a bit here, and let me just get this one cleaned out because it has been doing a lot of work for us today, and it definitely needs a break. As if the brush cares. That is going to be too detailed. Let's go with you. Bonk. There we go. Okay. So, like I said, we're going to do a lot of blending on these leaves, on these wings and feathers later, where we really are going to be just doing a lot of blending. Oh, you know what? I put that brush away before I finished painting the under part of the wings. Go figure. Come back here, brush. Sorry about that. You're going to send me screenshots in Discord of all the ones you follow. Nice. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of animals, zoos, and aquariums, those kind of things. I want to say I follow the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I'm not actually sure what I follow anymore and how much I follow on the Glacier Gardens account. Because obviously it's more relevant to that other channel, so I might not be logged into it at the moment. At least not on this computer. I haven't even looked to see if like the shared chat is coming through on the TikTok screen because I'm using the virtual camera, but it's just the program from OBS, which also means I get a little bit less like internal promo since I'm not using an actual camera. Yes, they are that picky over on the TikTok side. I need a bit more of this color. Shree, I assume that message is for me. Bear with me a moment. I don't know why this decided to clog up on me all of a sudden. There we go. It was like, I don't want to put out any more paint. Leave me alone. I'm going to just add a whole bunch of paint to your palette. And I was like, no, don't do it. Okay, that makes me happier. Now, what color is this head? All right, Shri sent Alvius Sanctuary, Dash Ducks, Turtles and Chill, Wildlife Cam, Q Bunny TV, Our Chicken Life. I have to also say that I like seeing Sky Z, Forever Julia, and our own stream mixed into that. Oh, no worries. I'm more concerned with what color is this head. Is it the deep purple? Maybe it is the deep purple. I think that's going to work the best for pulling out into brighter colors in the flames that come off the top of the head. Or is it like a parrot and quite different? Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too, that I might come in with the pink or the blue or even just the bright white. Because like I said, like I didn't really want to blend from the deep purple into the chest like I am with the wings. I'm not seeing this as part of the flame. I'm seeing the flames out here off the top, and this is just the regular plumage. Pyro Queen, hello, hello, welcome in. Yeah, it's a little different today. You thought I was talking to you? I mean, I am now. I try not to talk to people until after they say hi. it's more of like a Twitch etiquette thing that we don't call out lurkers, and it's very interesting because TikTok makes a point to be like so and so joined and pops your name up when you start watching, and I'm like, I never call anybody out, but it always puts up the like say hi, and I'm like, that could be really awkward if I'm just scrolling along on my phone and somebody's like, hey, so and so, I see that you just scrolled past me. Like, no, I am not doing that. Oh, that's a wash brush. I was like, that is a much bigger brush. I'm thinking that although this one is a number 1, and that's fine, I might bump up to the number 4 for just doing the basics of the head here so that we can get that down. 3D printed or resin printed? Good question. This is actually hard plastic. This is from Archon Studios. They call this Dungeons and Lasers. I have way too much of their stuff, mainly everything except for the last round. And what they do is they print sprues. So I get the minis and they come on a sheet of plastic like this. And I cut them out and put them together. This is actually part of the Cave set, which is the brand new, well, it's the latest to ship. It was last year's Kickstarter. And so this one is dwarves modeled off of their employees, which I think is kind of cute. So I'll be putting this together soon. You found a sheep camera, Sassy? That's amazing. I am going to take the jellyfish hat off. Thank you. It's very hot. My head is all sweaty. Looks like a model car. Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. No, this is the same technology that they use for the model cars that you might buy at a hobby shop or something like that. Archon Studios is based out of Poland. And like I said, I have an absolute ton of this stuff, to the point that right behind me, I have a shoebox here. And this is full of all sorts of different models. We've got this kind of like fireworm, which is kind of like a dragon-like creature climbing over a rock. We've got some more steampunk creatures with smoke coming out and very robotic, to more plant-based creatures. And here's kind of a cave wasp. Try to hold that up to the camera in a spot where it'll actually show it on both mobile and desktop. So I just have a ton of minis from them. Like, I probably have close to 1,000 at this point, of different ones like these. And then I also have terrain, which I don't do much with the terrain stuff yet. But this is another shoebox full of terrain. And I wish I could say that this is all that I have, but I have a box that's about maybe 4 or 5 times this, full of creature minis. So it's just a lot that I have. And these are really cool too. They've got like little market stalls. In their latest campaign, Port Haven, they actually made a bunch more models based off of this one, so you can have different types of markets. Like Whoop. Let me just hit my other model. Little swamp trees, circus tents. This is actually from the latest set from Caves, and it's an angel statue with a lantern. So there's just all sorts of stuff. It's a lot of fun. Um, swamp tree. Oh, the thwomping tree. Yeah. Okay. Must be on another call too. Fair enough. I just looked over and saw my phone pop up, but um, no, I'm on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok all at the same time right now. We'll see if they flag me for saying all of those words. And thank you for the heart. Appreciate it. You think chat's moving too fast and I'm missing comments? Oh, am I just ignoring the Twitch side? How long is the jellyfish hat supposed to last? Usually only about 5 minutes. But usually once I put on a hat or a headband, I totally forget it. Didn't find it. You were responding to your comment where you said there used to be a sheep cam. You don't remember the username right now, but they unfortunately don't go live anymore. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yep, I did miss that comment. And F the wasps TBH, all the homies, including you, hate wasps in this household. That's fair. Totally understandable. Okay, I'm mostly caught up, with the exception of the one that I obviously missed. Now, I need to decide the head. What color is this head going to be? We know that we're going to go with like a yellow orange for the beak. I'm really thinking the deep purple. I'm kind of going back with that, even though I was saying I don't want it to blend into here. I think I'm going to do a different color line right here on the neck. And obviously there's going to be the flames coming off of the head coming back here for this plumage. So it's just this area right here close in on the head that I'm trying to figure out. The blue could work because it's far enough detached, being so far down in the flame that it would definitely create some isolation here. It's going to look really good with the yellow too for the beak. Phoenix colors, you feel like a classic orange or yellow. Ooh, like going in with a more traditional orange fire flame, or go completely out of pocket and go with forest green. Oh my gosh. These are all wonderful suggestions. I kind of want to stick with the same palette since aside from the talons, I'm sticking with all of this same purple, pinks, blues, and white. And a little bit of black. There's going to be some gray, brown, some different colors here on the base itself since it's stone. Oof. And I know that I'm going to be coming in with different colors in the tail since this is just all fire too. The green is interesting. I wonder how that could work. The cool lightning the whole way up. Could go pinky colors. Yeah. Like getting even beyond this warlock magenta into one of our more like true pinks. Let me grab just a piece of sprue and try some colors. Sassy, you're off now visiting your grandma. Have a wonderful time. I look forward to when you get back, and we'll definitely post pictures when we're done, but I don't think we'll finish it today since we've got a lot of blending to do to get there. You got me thinking now with the pink and the blue. Because that is a much more vibrant pink. And I definitely don't want to go back to purple on this, unless I'm going to just go with the deep dark purple here. What else do I have that's prime? I know. I had this little teeny tiny thing. Let's go half and half on this dragon head so we can see the two. Okay, let's try the other side with the blue. I have an idea, and I am not sure at all how this is going to work. Let me tell you, trying to dry brush onto wet paint is not a good combo. Okay. The blue is going to work pretty well. I was trying to see if maybe, now granted, I'm being impatient, but ooh, the pink though, that is going to pop so nice. Okay, pink wins. We can always paint over it when it's dry if it turns out wrong. We have listened to this playlist probably 3 times now. Let's see. Oh, it's a 3-hour playlist. Okay. We haven't listened to it 3 times, only a couple times. Let's get in trouble. This one's only an hour and a half. Ooh, that's bright. Oh yeah, Songbot is very busted. I'm not even trying to fix that. Honestly, I need to look for a different bot because that one breaks too many times. Can I at least play K-pop Demon Hunters, please? Uh, fine. Do you have a specific song you want? Wow, it's not in my recent searches. Who even am I? Almost just dropped that. All of them. Excuse me. This is not how a song request works. Yes, it is. Clearly, as long as I don't have a limit on how many you can put in. You did try to request this when we were being diamonds. Um, Sammy, can you send me title? Because I can't just click on that link right now. Oh, it's not on then. It's not on now either. It's just if I click the link, it'll wipe the queue and play the song. It's more I just don't want to wipe out the queue. All right, it's on there. Thank you, Sammy. I feel like with as often as I put my paintbrush in my mouth, I should learn how to paint that way. Wait, did that not add to the queue? Oh, it did after the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack. Did you turn up? Do you like this? Yeah, you do. Watch the damn movie. Do you know how many times I have put on this soundtrack for the kids? And I would much rather have them sing this than some of the other stuff that they sing. Don't play them diamonds then, okay? Love this soundtrack so much. Found one with this and KDA. Such a vibe. Okay. This song, not so much. It's all right. I mean, the dances and the memes are good for it, but okay. That is actually a really good color since I'm not going to blend it in and everything else is going to be blended. I think that's going to be great. Three. Soda pop. Mm. Okay, so I'm going about 50-50 on yellow and orange here. And I'm going to use the back of a brush to blend this instead of the front because I don't want to fill the bristles again. This song is exactly what it needed to be. Catchy as heck and confesses that they are going to consume everyone. Okay, for the movie context, I totally get that. It's still, as a standalone song compared to the rest of the soundtrack, it's very mid. Kale popping in on the YouTube side. And once again, the YouTube painters getting away with it. Who listens to these songs as standalones? So, Sammy, you are a huge fan of this show. And obviously, there's a lot of news going around with, the potential for a sequel, um, and the prospect of it being kind of spun off into its own universe. Maybe not the same characters, but other hunters, other demons, things like that. You're buffering? Are we dropping frames? Stats? We've lost 130 frames for the entire stream. Um Unless I switch to dual PC, I do not want to switch my encoding up. So I'm going to hold it where it's at. Shri says, refresh Sammy in bed. Okay, we are going to bring another coat onto that beak. I did take all of those parrot comments to heart. I didn't want to quite go parrot on this, only because I see this head more like an eagle. Um, so I did think about going white at one point, but I really like how that pink turned out with this. And then having that dark, like the beginning of the flame, that's going to work really well coming into this fire plumage on the head and stuff. You're at school is probably the bandwidth. Okay. Yeah, and I think it pops just right with the orange. I was I was really tempted to go with the blue because the blue is so like such a contrast here and then a contrast with the orange as well, but I think this is going to work just fine. I'm going to guess that was a little while ago with that pink there, but let me just water it down so that I can. Oh yeah, I think we got it. Most of it, and enough that I will be able to paint over it with white and it'll be fine. Okay. You want a K-pop Demon Hunters video game? Ooh. Okay, I have a vision based on what I have seen. Obviously, I have not sat down and watched the movie beginning to end. What kind of game would it be to you? I am picturing it like, well, just mentioning like potential genres. I could see a fighting game, which could be really fun, like special moves, the demons versus the hunters as fighters. That could be a really fun thing. I think it would also bring fighting games to a little bit of a different genre, or not genre, but a different audience. Because like the fighting game genre isn't really adapted by women too much, and I think that that would open it up a little bit more to younger women. So that could be cool. Um, I could see a rhythm game, action RPG, and power ups give you chibi powers and play with the animation style. Ooh, okay. All right. I'm like, I'm a sucker for a fighting platformer. So it's like how they made a Kung Fu Panda video game for the Wii based on the first movie. Make one based exactly on the movie. Uh, I have such a hard time with that. Um, Movie adaptations into games either end up okay or a total flop. And I think that, like, when you're going through the story and the scenes and all of that. Now back to the show. We were in ads. Um, yeah, I don't want to play the movie. I want to watch the movie. Give me a new story. Give me something different in the world. I don't necessarily have to be those characters. Like, it can be those characters, but something different. Uh, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that works out and everything, but it would be really cool to see a game based on it because there is a lot of potential there. There's enough characters to give variety to it, and it could fit well in a number of different genres, but just a direct like show adaptation, you end up almost in visual novel. That's what they did uh, a week or so ago. I did a TikTok stream only, and it was playing Clannad, which I love the story. But doing it as just text based in a game where it is scene after scene of just what happens in the show done in text with a little bit of voice acting, the substance is lost. And so now I'm going to buy the DVDs or Blu-rays or whatever, and we're going to watch it. But it it doesn't lend itself well to a game. And there are stories within it that could have played out really well. There's a character in the show that basically is a ghost. Sorry for the spoiler. Um, and there are two stories that are running in parallel. One of them is this just life at school and these characters. The other story that runs alongside of it is told in like 1 to 2 minutes per episode, and that's it. And it is told from the point of view of a robot at the end of the world who had the company of a girl, and now she's gone too, and it's all alone in the final moments of a decaying world. And it is so subtle, they give no details on why did the world end? How did we get here? What is this robot? Who was the girl that was there at the end? Is she even connected to our characters in any way, shape, or form? Like, none of that is ever addressed in the show, and it leaves this opportunity for additional storytelling. So I got the game hoping that maybe it would dive into some of that. It didn't. It just tells the same story in a visual novel. Okay, you'd want to play the story of Rumi's mom, And how she hooked up with a demon. There you go. So a dating game? No, that's not really a dating game because she has one specific one that she needs to end up with. I feel like you could do a dating sim with the main characters from the movie. Staying dangerously close to making a game you mark as secret. Dress up game. Dress up game would be interesting. I feel like you could do this is actually a way that they would be likely to go. Um, Doing something like a rhythm game where it's performances and you either unlock money or fame points or something like that. And that allows you to do a gotcha for different costumes. And then the rhythm side is like live performances. What do I want to do with the eyes? Because these wouldn't be traditional eyes. I'm going to look up a picture of an eagle really quick because that's where my brain is at, even though obviously we're not traditional eagle colors here. You'd think that I would have eagles memorized by now, but no. Wow, what an image to find first. Um, that is not an image link. That's better. Are you not going to let me? Oh, the hell kind of path is that? Okay, fine. Save. Downloads. Let's go that way. I was trying not to save it locally. Okay, so this has like this rim around the eyelid where there is no feathers. Um, so we kind of break away from that. We have the little dark spot and a little bit of crusting on the beak, and that's understandable because their beaks are keratin. So we're gonna see some white flakiness here where they scrape it off. Um, but this like dark around the eyes, then instead of being white, it's more yellow than ours are, and a deep dark black pupil that's a little bit larger. Obviously, on this model, we aren't going to have a whole lot of room to work with for all of that. Like, we don't have a lot of room to work on that eye. I wonder what color I want to do this. Now I'm trying to figure out what color is the bird's flesh underneath the plumage. Yeah, just too far to reach. Great. I just dropped a bunch of paint into other parts of my paint, and who knows what is where now. We're gonna go with what they call tan flesh. It's just a beige with a little bit of a pink tint. So the plan after stream was probably to watch something. I think we now know what that something is. We can wait until Sammy gets home from school if necessary. What do you mean, really? I had something I was going to watch because it came up night before last. So I was going to throw in some DVDs. Honestly, okay, so what happened? I don't remember what. Oh, yes, I do remember what we were talking about. We were talking about a package from New Zealand, but New Zealand is no longer shipping to the US. They're one of many, many countries that have just said, you know what, with the tariffs and the nonsense, like it's too complicated. It's too high of a risk. We're just not shipping to the US. And I don't blame them. But of course, we have friends down there. And we were talking about a shipment that might be being sent here. And so rather than send it, they were like, well, we could send it to another location. And then you and a friend could just pass it across the border, which is not legal. I just want to call that out. And there are drones that monitor that. I could get into more specifics, not in a public venue. But that got me thinking about the show Aeon Flux, and specifically, there is a scene where they are crossing the border, and there are basically drones that shoot at the people who are doing crazy acrobatics to cross the border. And that got me thinking. I don't know why, but it did. That, hey, this is the state of America now. Not so dystopian, very disturbed future, but here is our life. Okay. So I'm going to go with like a cream color inside. Whoa. Excuse me. Stay there, please. I need black and cream, not just tan. Wait, is this really in that soundtrack? Really? Okay. It's slightly varied, but it sounds very much like a cover. This is the part where the Saja boys are introduced and Gino knocks Rumi down. Oh, okay. Okay. More paint mixed up. We still need just the tiniest amounts of black. We're going to need a little bit here on the eyes and then a little bit in a bit on the talons, but we'll get down there in a minute. And then I've grabbed Corpse Pale for our eye instead of doing white. Oh, it's okay. Shri, I've actually been in the room with the movie playing like a dozen times. Um, the kids watched it when I was working from the dining room. So I've actually like seen it a bunch. I've just never stopped and watched it beginning to end. So I know a bunch of the scenes all out of order and stuff like that. Why did you hear a weird buzzing sound? Because you were listening. No, the weird buzzing is the paint mixer. I've got it just off screen, but if I'm talking, you can hear the buzzing over here. That's what that is? Yeah. Yeah, I have it on another table so that it doesn't shake the camera as much as it used to. Okay, we're going to try to do the eyes here fully. You were so confused. That's okay. Now we're using this nice big brush with the tiniest little dot of paint on the tip of it. And actually, with the pink plumage, it's not going to show up very much, but that's okay. there anything else that I need with that color while I'm at it? Kind of. We're going to blend this out a bit, but I'm going to bring this flesh tone down into the talons. It's just where it comes out of the feathers before it actually gets into what will be the orange and yellow of the talon itself. You're going to miss Diamond because of the orchestral parts? What do you mean? Oh, because of this being so long? I can go next right now. You will expect a 100-word summary of what I think when you return. Okay. I will prepare my song report. I feel like I've heard it before, but I say that even though it's not playing yet. Sammy is off to a lurk, which means there is stitching to be done, lectures to listen to. Your classes start on Wednesday. Nice. Are you excited? You suppose. Just hope it won't be too difficult. Nah. You have done fantastic so far. I have full faith that you will continue to do that. All right. Once again, we are going big brush, tiny dot, this time with black paint. And we're going to get in here for the eyeball. I'm going to actually skip this one. Okay. Let's go with the other side. Well, there is an eyeball in there. It just doesn't want to focus on it. Excuse me. Camera, come on. Well, we'll get it in the picture later. The eyeball actually looks pretty decent. The other one's a little cloudy, but I think that actually works in this context. Ooh, ooh, she's been changing my world. Ooh, maybe one day. Maybe one day. People around. Bit on the low. You mean you don't know how it'll be? It's the last class in your program before you graduate. It also has a pretty high course number. The higher courses are always more difficult, of course. But there's also another piece about that higher course number that's very important, and that is that it is you have advanced knowledge already from the previous courses that you have taken that you are bringing into this. So yes, you are facing a challenge, but you are facing a challenge that you should be prepared for. And I still believe. All right. We've got some color on a mini. Look at this. We actually colored it. We did a bunch of painting. Um, Thank you, thank you. It's coming along. We ended up going with pink instead of blue for the head, as you can see. But I actually kind of like the way that it works with the other colors. It is a little bit more blendy than I was hoping for, but once we blend these in, I think it's going to pop enough when we get the washes and stuff in here. And it works really well with the orange. The camera's also doing a terrible job of picking up the eye, but the eyes I am happy with. I went with the kind of cream color for the eye instead of white. And then we did this kind of brownish tan color just right around the eyes. So I'll do a bit of a close up on that when I post it to the socials later. I don't know that I'll get to posting it to the socials today, but when we do that, I need to find my turntable. It has gone missing. Luckily, it's not a spendy piece. It's just disturbing that it's gone. I kind of wanted this orange to be a little bit more muddy for down here, but I think we'll just do a pretty heavy job with the wash when we get to it. And I think it'll mud up enough. spending tomorrow going over to a friend's house. We've been watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and we're closing in on episode 50, which I guess is we're reaching the night before the promised day. For anyone who knows that anime. But I have never seen it, so no spoilers, please. We actually we watched some yesterday, and then we had to stop only a few episodes in. We'd been trying to watch 10 at a time, and we didn't make it. So we were like, well, let's plan our next session right now. We're all together. And it was funny. We were like, well, the next time we're all going to be able to get together is like a few weeks from now. And then we started mapping out a few weeks, and it's, oh, well, so-and-so's gone. And okay, how about the week before that? Okay, no, so-and-so's gone. The week after, no, that's not going to work. So we're like, what's everyone doing Monday? Phoenix is looking amazing so far. It's coming along. I still have a lot of things to figure out. Like, what am I doing with this plumage and this down here? And I'm definitely not going to leave just white for the legs. Actually, I don't know that. I might. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to add some color. I just don't know what it looks like yet. And then, of course, it has the flame tendrils coming down from that too. So there's going to be a lot to work with. And I still have to do all of the blending. Although now that it's drying, it is blending a lot better than I thought it was going to. But no, I'm gonna have to mix these colors up again and do some glazing medium and come back in. So that'll be a probably next weekend project. Wait, did Vi just commit to 2 weekends in a row of painting streams? Questioning myself. Yeah, I was trying. I might do there is an event. Apparently they're going to like 10 cities, but Seattle is one of them, and it's ThriftCon. It is a thrifting convention. And I was like, excuse me, a thrifting and vintage con? Like that's ridiculous, and I love it. So I'm gonna see if some friends will go with me, and I might do that, but that's Saturday. I still need to write to the company that makes these hoodies that I wear, because I want to do due diligence before I do any promotion for them. But I bought 7 more of them, so You could say I like the hoodies. I just want to decide if I want to promote them for everybody else and advertise for them. That's the part I'm not sure of. Well, this is a first. We've gone through almost a full jar of water. I'm going to paint these in black, but I know that I'm going to come back and highlight them up a little bit different. But that's how I want to start the talons, is in black. You know, I'll do that if you spend the night with me. Saw a post earlier today in a fan page. It's actually a community of people who get these minis and paint them. And it's somebody that their uncle passed away and they inherited all of their stuff. And it was just before their cave shipment showed up. And so they joined the group to find out about kind of, what do we have here? Should I sell it? How much should I sell it for? That kind of stuff. And caves just got delivered. And I could show you all, but the box that I got unpainted, well, I got the painted set, but without being assembled and painted like what we do here on stream, assuming that he has the same set that I have, is around $650 US. So it is not a cheap hobby. And I started thinking about it because I've had some friends lost and stuff recently, and wondered, like, what happens if this ends up in my brother's hands? Like, I should probably have an inventory and stuff like that for him. But it's kind of a weird one because, like, you can go into game stores, and those of us that know the hobby know, but it's not like most people know that you have a place you can go and sell plastic like this, where there's a market for it. This one in particular, what is it going for right now? If I can spell random. So this model, unassembled and without paint, is going for $34 US. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. I'll post it on Instagram. Absolutely, yes. And Shree, thank you for the stretch. I'll do that in just a minute when I can get this out of my hand. That's actually a really good idea. I shrimp so much more when I am painting than I do when we play games. Quick stretch. Ah. Oh, especially through those shoulders. Oh my god. Okay. But yes, it'll definitely go on Instagram. There's a good possibility it will also go on TikTok, assuming that I can find my turntable and get it to spin again. I might just order another one because that's probably going to be easier. But I have a tripod for my camera, so it'll sit stable. Don't fall out of my chair. Oh no, my chair's great. It goes way back. I can take a nap. Although that's a little hard on my neck because it's not quite high enough. You know what I should do? I should take one of the headrests from the back seat of my car and pop it out and just like stick it into my chair here. This seems structurally sound. Okay. I'm really happy with how the talons are coming out. Um, I just need to figure out what I want to do with these pieces. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of blending and then figuring this out. Thank you, Spin. How has the wind down been? Hopefully, you had some good time away from the computer. That's very colorful, which is what I was going for. Um, let me see. Can I save this image? Yeah. So their box art for this. Whoops. Let me not grab the whole horizontal stream on TikTok and actually grab what I'm trying to look at here. So this is what they showed, and they used the armor. I did not put the armor on mine. Oh, I was like, I think I just completely broke TikTok, which I did, which is fine. We're back. Hi, TikTok. We just decided to take a break there. An unplanned disconnect break. But this is how they colored it. And so you can see like the yellow going out to the red. Well, it's actually red, yellow, and orange, where they kind of vary them over and over again throughout here. So it's kind of like waves of flame. And I do like that. But I kind of imagine if this is in flight, the front is going to be more of our cold, dark red coal. And then the flames are going to kind of carry back from that as we get more and more oxygen and less fuel and stuff like that. So like in my head, I have a in motion, what would this look like? Where the banding, if it's stationary or has just flapped its wings and is more calm, is probably going to be more of this kind of a look. And so trying to do this, I wanted to see what they were doing down here. And so what they're doing is it's kind of the dark color base, and then it's an edge highlight. But as we get further out, we get more and more of our brighter colors. So that's kind of a cool way to look at doing these, where we come in with our deep purple, working into our bright blue and our white without going through the full spectrum here, because we're just going to be popping kind of a 1, 2, 3 towards the outside. It's going to be a little bit tricky. I think if we do, I'm not going to wash it in. If we do the dark as the base and just try to put it in the grooves. That way I don't overpower coming into the ridges. And then we do kind of a medium brush followed by an actual true dry brush. I think that'll work enough to get these colors in. I was showing that here. So like the dark grooves, we're going to do the purple, then we'll do the blue as a medium over the top, and then we'll come in. I almost don't want to do this white, but a white mixed with blue for a dry brush to finish that off on these edges out here and come here. Let's skip this song too. Great song, but a little heavy on the language. Like, do I want to change to a different playlist? Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. What else did I want? I want a whiskey. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab that. How far are we from ads on the Twitch side at this point? 4 minutes. I'm going to actually pause the stream on the TikTok side. We're going to take a quick break. We'll go to the BRB screen for the YouTube and Twitch sides, and we'll see you all back here in just a few minutes. Alexa, play Baby Shark. Thank you for the $10. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. Alexa, stop. I have to go down the hall and stop her. Whoever made that account. Well done on the team troll. Wait, we can push against the wall? What? Okay, this looks like it's going to be interesting. Max HP, a spike bursts out of the target, dealing magic damage to nearby enemies. See, spikes are friends. In a better place, yes, indeed. We moved out of the terrible boyfriend's place. We moved back in with our parents, got a fresh start, and now we're back on our own. And look, we've even gathered up a crate full of cables. We're truly an adult now. And Bing came back with this very interesting description. Now, the third one is accurate. Violaceous could be a creative way of spelling violaceous, which means of the color violet or belonging to the violet family of plants, which is how I typically use it. But the first example it came back with was me. Violaceous is a name that can refer to different things, such as a YouTube channel or a Twitch streamer. I was like, oh, dang. Like the AI has found me. And then the second one, which isn't accurate, but I absolutely love the way that they made it. The word violaceous is a combination of viola, which is a type of flower and musical instrument, and luscious, which means richly appealing or delicious. Like, I have a new description for my channel. I was thinking through it, and I have the dark tunic and midness helmet, which reduce or increase my gloom resistance, which I may need on this journey. Whoa! What the hell? There you are. Take it as a sign of my appreciation. I think that'll be it for now. Did you hear that they found fossils of giant leviathans that once lived in this land? It's true. How many, you ask? Not one, not two, but 3 giant fossils. Just waiting for me to say hello. And it can be yours too for just 3 easy installments of $19.99. Whoops. No. Oh, no. That was one determined little bomb there. Oh, that was a tasty morsel. I'd love to get my tentacles around her. Slurp. I felt dirty saying that. Whoa. The camera. This is fun. This is a new effect. Hi. We're dropping frames. Everything's crazy. My power just flickered out. And this might be the coolest effect ever. And I don't think that I could replicate it if I wanted to. Obviously, with the power flickering, everything is struggling just a little bit right now. Okay, then. And welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking around through the pause on the TikTok side and through the ads and clips and all of that other fun stuff over on the other side. We'll bring the music back up. I was like, maybe we'll bring the music back up. There it is. We're not going to listen to this song either, although I highly recommend it. This is by the band Pisk, P-I-S-K, and it's called Horny. There's like 10 versions of it. It's the only song they did. It's just over and over again. Different variations on this. But let's go with... Yeah. I'm like, you know what? No, I'm done with the Parched playlist. If you want to listen to that and more, I will pop the link into the chat here. Or not. Hello? Paste is not working? All right, keyboard. There we go. That is my absolutely parched playlist. Okay. Got ourselves an old fashioned, and we're back. And we do have a plan now. So we're going to be doing the deep purple. We're going to kind of blend our way back into it. We are going to come back in and do some detail on all of these. We kind of talk through that. So we'll see what that looks like in a bit. Not broken. You can see all the different colors and variations we've used today. Some of them have dried out a little bit, so we're going to grab some fresh paint. And I'm going to come back in with the number 4 round. I think this is going to be good for getting into the details or into the depths. Why do you have quarters on your tray? Shree, I said this earlier. It's so that I can feel rich. No, a lot of times people will use copper to kind of sit in. Let me turn the music down just a touch. But they make copper corners, and they prevent mold and things like that from happening inside of your tray. They also weight down this paper because, as you can see, it's kind of dried along this edge. You can see the air bubbles. And the corners will peel up, and that will increase the amount of these air pockets that get underneath the palette here. And underneath this is a sponge, and that's what this darker space is it's actually to provide that moisture, and it's just a small amount of moisture to keep my paint from drying out too fast. So if you look at like the thin areas, these are pretty dry at this point, but I can still get paint onto my brush from that spot that we worked on much, much earlier, even though it's just sitting here open. And if I was using a plastic palette or something else that didn't have the water barrier, this would not be possible. And even though I just put some fresh alien purple down here, this is the stuff we used at the very beginning of stream, and I can actually pick it up too. It's just a little more globbed than what I like because I've had it open this whole time, and I was using it for mixing earlier. So I just am using some fresh stuff just to make that feel a little bit better for me as far as the consistency is concerned. But I could absolutely use that other puddle just as easily. But yeah, it just keeps my paint wet so that I can continue to use it for longer. Like this was obviously from the eyes, from the area around the eye and the talons. Then we painted the talons in orange, went back to the black. So it's just handy. And then these are just weights. But yeah, the reason I'm using quarters is I would actually usually use nickels. Pennies are just a little bit too light and honestly aren't that much copper, and neither are any other coins. So it doesn't really matter which coin I'm using at that point. So since I'm not concerned with the actual coin, I just wanted the weight. And when I opened my coin container, which is a old prescription pill bottle full of coins, there were 4 quarters right at the top. So I just grabbed them. Have I eaten something? I had breakfast just before stream. And if stream goes much longer, do I wait or do I order now? Let me do the purple here and then think about how I feel about that as I'm, having a nice drink. So over 4 hours ago. But to be fair, it was a big dish. I had a breakfast crate. It was bacon, tomato, cheddar cheese, spinach, hollandaise sauce. It was freaking delicious, and I filled myself up. So I am not suffering at the moment for either nutrition or hunger. I am considering ordering some ramen just because I thought about that yesterday and I've been craving it. It's funny. I usually don't feel good about the breakfast choices that I can order here. And I'm always like, I don't need another basic breakfast sandwich. I can just make those for myself. And then we went to this place. Lawful Wood was in town, and Forever Julia was like, I would really like to go to a cafe. And she was thinking like a Japanese cafe. And everywhere that says it's a Japanese cafe was actually like dinner foods. It wasn't like cafe foods. And we found this place and we ended up all going. And it's freaking delicious. And luckily they delivered to my house. So now crepes are way too easy to order. Am I going to order something or make something at home? Oh, I'm going to order. Sure, you know that. I don't even know if I'm going to be home for 3 days. Like, I'm not going grocery shopping. I did say earlier I was doing a little grocery shopping, but I don't know that I will actually get any groceries. I figure I'll get some of the basics, but that's going to be it. Because I am either headed to one friend's house or another. We already kind of discussed it. It's like the kids start back to school on Tuesday, and I'm not planning to be there. But we have to see like how that first week goes and what we need to adjust and stuff. So there's no structure to it. I tried to see if we could get to some answers about that, but it's too variable at this moment. I kind of would like to cook from home, but that's also a lot of work. It's a lot of work when you're never here. Like, I've only been home for a couple days. And I did at least make sure to wipe out my groceries before I left. So I didn't have to worry about a whole bunch of like gross stuff when I got back. Because that's what happened last time. I ended up leaving for 2 months, where I came back for like 24 hours and then left again. And I came back and just the stuff growing in my sink and in my fridge was so bad. But I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't like planning to go anywhere. It just ended up the last few weeks of school, I needed to be there. And then I had a festival to work and then needed to be back. And then it was summer break, but needed to be there, get the kids to appointments and all that kind of stuff. So it just made it hard to predict. So I'm trying to figure that out for the coming months. But right now, I should elaborate. It's not just the kids that I'm planning for right now. I am also planning to make a trip down to the coast and go to the cabin for a couple of weeks. I haven't got that on the schedule yet because of everything else. So as soon as I know I can spend a couple of weeks away, then I'm going to go do that. Honestly, I should do our cooking streams from the cabin because that's going to be the easiest place for me to set up right now. So keep your ears open if you're looking forward to a cooking stream for me to head to the cabin, because I have spots I can put cameras, and that kitchen is laid out a lot better for it. Whew, that's a lot of area to paint in there. I thought that it was a lot on the outside. I'm like, wait, no, that's just a ton. Um, we're going to get a different brush for this. I don't want a round, pointy brush. I also need to take that higher up. Okay, I did say I was going to pause real quick, though, and think about food. So let me do this since I already know what I want. As I go open a new window, it's like, how did Alphonse end up in his suit in FMA? I already know that answer, but yeah. How is, well, I was going to say, how is this number 9 in ramen, but I totally understand how it's number 9 in ramen. That makes perfect sense. Do I want, I had karage already. We'll just do that. You have spicy paste. There it is. And Rambling Court Jester. Hello. Welcome in, friend. How are you? Good to see you. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Hello. Just ordering some dinner. Don't mind me. Why is there 6 things in here? Oh, because I'd already put my ramen in, and I don't need gyoza, and I'm not getting karage. I just said that because I had that last night. Yes, that. I'm not getting takoyaki. I'm not getting edamame. It's like, would you like to order some corn? You were streaming music. Excuse me? Friends, you see that heart up at the top of chat. You saw it on the screen over there. If you're on the purple app, you need to click that follow and give our friend Rambling Court Jester a follow. They are a VTuber. They do all sorts of a variety of stuff. It says an alien wolf. Yes, indeed. And playing some guitar. Playing at my heartstrings with those 6 strings. Yeah. You all know we love music here. So definitely show our friends some love and drop that follow. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. And I appreciate you raiding over. Make it an extra 6 strings because 12. Okay, stream's over. We're gonna all go watch Rambling Court Jester's VOD. No, that's fantastic. I love a good 12-string guitar. I can't even play 6 myself, but I do love it. And a 6, like a 12-string traditionally can be played like a 6-string, but if you are precise enough, you can make it sound like a piano, and they are beautiful instruments. I mentioned this in somebody else's stream a couple weeks ago that I've got a friend. Actually, he had a show last night. He played the Oak Harbor Music Festival. But Blake Noble, you can look him up. In fact, how about I cue up one of his songs right now since we've already got this going? TikTok thinks I should lower my background music. Look, just because I'm talking quietly doesn't mean I need to lower the background music, okay? It's a feature. And using a capo, you can make him sound like a banjo and a ukulele. Yes, absolutely. But no, he does percussive 12-string guitar, and it is really amazing. I want to say it's Tsunami. starting with some didgeridoo because he is Australian. Yes, it's this one. In a moment, you'll hear the guitar. So he is not strumming in the traditional sense. Like he is not holding the guitar and playing here. It is laying across his lap, and he is like plucking at strings and setting his left hand on the notes while tapping and pounding on the guitar and back to the strings and stuff to make these sounds. And there's a million videos out there if you want to watch it. Kind of, yeah, playing it like a lap steel, but he's playing it on a Guild 12 string guitar. I was trying to think of the name of it in bed. Mm-hmm. As you should. So there he's plucking, but he's plucking with the left hand. Right? And when he plays this live, it is really something to see because he is sitting there cross-legged and barefoot. The didgeridoo he has in a mount so that he can just lean forward and put his mouth on it, and the guitar is sitting across his legs. Like he really gets into it. The other players are fantastic. The drummer is Chris Allen. He's in a bunch of different bands, but just phenomenal drummer. The bassist is Joel Hoyer, another one in a bunch of bands, and there are some vocals, but not in this song. So yeah, there's a lot of videos of him playing this live. You can find on YouTube Blake Noble Tsunami. Uh, so you can check that out if you want to see what this all looks like. Okay, now if you need to raid and run, you can. Let me just hold you hostage and make you listen to some music. Did they take their stuff offline? Maybe. Or I typoed. You know, that could happen too. Rather than interrupt this song, I put in an album in the queue after this, which is Rust on the Rails. Rust on the Rails does not perform as Rust on the Rails anymore. Um, they were a temporary project for just a couple of years. It includes Blake Noble, who you're hearing right now, um, along with Cody Beebe. Cody Beebe is Cody Beebe and the Crooks, and they've been doing a lot more country sounds lately, uh, more southern rock vibes. Um, where Blake has stayed more to this kind of stuff. Um, but their project Rust on the Rails, where they work together, they also partnered up with Scott Mercado, who was the drummer of Candlebox. And they put out one of many of my friends' favorite rock albums. Like I said, they don't perform it anymore. They perform some of the songs, but they perform them in a different configuration. Um, and conveniently, when they do, usually Chris Allen steps in to do the drums for them. So the same drummer you're hearing here. What was cool about Scott Mercado is he played a hammer dulcimer, um, but it was a lot of setup for what are usually quick stage, small venues. Oh, hey, I just realized that at some point, TikTok switched me over to art, which is great. Thank you, TikTok. I think I'm too variety for them. They're like, we don't know what to do with you. What game are you playing? Oh, that's not a game. What did the cupcake say to the frosting? I'd be muffin without you. Thank you, Jester. Just because I had to get this nice psychedelic cupcake lighter the other day. I saw this. I was like, I need that. I just think it's very appropriate that I had that next to me and you had no way of knowing that because it was in a drawer. Anything obvious, time's cut to the core. You won't ever be wild eyes. Did I actually order my food or did I just start the process? I just started the process. Uh huh. That sounds right. How about beverage? Yes, this kind. Expensive can of Diet Coke. Uh huh. That's what I'd like. Let's make that 2 of those, so I don't have to go to the store. Right. Okay. They're like, do you realize how far you're making us drive to bring you this? I'm like, yes, but it's my favorite ramen, and I am not driving up there. My driver is going to make like $30 on that. But we don't have to stop streaming, so that's good. I'm getting purple on my hand. Ooh, say, ooh, I want to know the truth. I need to get more of that color. With our minis, I don't go through too much of any individual color, but I'm actually getting a little low on alien purple. This is a really tough one to paint. I do have angle brushes for actually getting in here if I had to do detail work in this space, but luckily in this case, I don't want perfection. So It's actually okay. This brush is also going to get a condition after this. See. I'm kind of blending this up a little bit since I just have the white on the feathers up here. You are ready for my presentation now on MF Diamond. Um, my first thought was very Shakira like, and that made me think very much Sammy. Um, I am sitting in the dark. Please hold. I know that I called that out like 4 hours ago, but still. um, okay. We're going to put it back in the queue and we will discuss it when it plays again. How's class going? Are you on a break or are you still in class and sneaking away so that you can hang out with us for a minute? Just trying to think of how much trouble you're getting into. I hope you're ready for a musical shift. In class, have been all stream. Just got back from lunch. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, you could say hi. Hi, Dragonwing, again. I think I said hi when you popped in earlier. I hope you're doing well. Working on your assignment. Okay, good, good, good. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that I've heard it before. I don't know in what context or how long ago, but I'm pretty confident about that. Um, then as far as like this all goes, like I said, the first thought was very Shakira, and then that kind of melted away. To where this kind of rap and flow piece that it has going, the kind of drum and bass background on it that doesn't quite breach into full EDM, but like skirts that line. Oh, the lyrics are fantastic. Yes, don't even get me started there. Let's just go right at the beginning. And we're ruled by the time zone drama. Stay up till it's your tomorrow. I don't know what that could be referencing. I would never. And then I'll reread your text. The crumbs that you left, I'll over obsess. If I didn't know better, I would think that you were sending me another song that's like calling me out just very directly. um yeah. Say something so I don't spiral. I mean, this is like this hits on so many things. I can see that. Yeah. I was thinking originally more in like very like Middle Eastern vibes, um, Mediterranean, that kind of energy. So a lot of like belly dancing, those types of things is where I was thinking. Um, Calling you out for being a motherfucking diamond. Okay, fine. Gail, hello, hello. Welcome back to the purple side. It goes very well. Look at this. We have actually painted a lot of it. Whereas so often we end up with so much left behind. And here we've got a lot painted. We need to figure out if I'm going to do the same paint job up here or not. And then I need to start working through the blending and the highlights that I'm going to do out here. I've kind of got some ideas on how I'm going to do those. And you can see that I've worked these pink tendrils through. And I think I'm going to start to actually use that pink more broadly throughout on some of these just flames as they extend through the feathers. But having a really fun time with this. Right now, we've got this dark purple down here, which you see is just across the front of the wings. And we are going to come in and kind of dry brush on this blue and then an even lighter dry brush of the white over the top of it, just to give a little bit of a highlight onto these darker points down here at the bottom before we do the base. I actually think I'm going to do the base before I start those dry brushing, because that's going to be a lot of gray and it's going to be harder to recover the white if I get gray on it rather than the other way around. I'm still not sure if I'm keeping these as primarily white. I said I was. I'm not sure that I like it. I do like the contrast of different parts of this Phoenix. It's not what I would say my most artistic paint, but I have just been really enjoying it, and I'm really liking this color pattern. I just want to make sure that it blends a little bit more and then work these tendrils in a little bit on those highlights to make it really pop. So I am having fun with it. And I think once we get this painted with that dry brushing, we'll see if I decide I need to change everything else. I mentioned this earlier, but this particular model would be so much easier to paint with an airbrush, which I don't have. And I'm seeing a spot that I'm sure I touched and removed the paint. So I should really put on some gloves before I get too much further, since we're going to be pulling paint off at this point. But I'm really happy with the eyes. I did the eyes with kind of a flesh tone around them than a cream color instead of going full white. And so they've got kind of a yellowing. I was trying to mimic eagle eyes, and I feel really good about how they turned out. Even though the camera does not want to look at the eye, it just sees a blurry spot. Like I even tried to go like here. Oh, there we go. It finally focused. So yeah, you can see the eagle looking at you. And I actually feel it turned out well on both sides. They're not exact, but they're also not totally derpy eyes either. I still need to figure out what color the tongue is. So that's kind of important. Eagle images. What color is your tongue? Why do you all have closed mouths and look all dignified? It's like a pale pink. Yeah. No, pale pink. More pale than ours. We'll bring it up real quick so you can all see an eagle tongue, because I know that you are as concerned as I was. Or I can just break OBS, because that's fun too. There you go. One eagle tongue. So I'll need to make a little bit of a lighter colored pink there, or do something in a cream and then highlight it up into pink. Something along those lines. But yeah, like I said, really happy with how this is coming along and having a lot of fun. And just ordered some ramen. So looking forward to some grub. That is about 20-ish minutes away, which is fine. Okay, we need something for a dry brush. Our first round is going to be with the blue. So I'm going to grab something wide. Do I have a number on this one? This is a 1/4 inch. So it's not even our normal like number 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. It's fanned out a bit. So as we aim at the camera there, you can see it's got a little bit of just a fray to it. I think that's going to work really nicely. Let's get the purple out of my water tray. I am going to have to get more water. So once that's wet, it actually thinned out quite a bit, but I think that it's fanned out enough that once we get some color on it, it's going to be fine. What else do I need? I need like an envelope or a piece of paper to put some paint drops, not paint drops, wipe off our paint on. Perfect. I have an envelope without any information on it. My favorite kind. There's nothing still in you, is there? No, okay. This one just had pay in it, so it's fine. Well, here goes nothing. I think we're going to need a little more paint than that. Which is fine because this is not our full dry brush. We want this to get into the grooves a little bit too. I have other brushes that are more stiff and more appropriate for an actual dry brush scenario. Oh yeah, this is doing exactly what I wanted it to do. It's fraying out nicely. I just hope that now looking at this that I don't feel the need to repaint the entire model. Like, oh, that's really good. All right. My dinner has been picked up and is in transit. It has a ways to go. I ordered from basically 2 towns north of me, which, if you don't know Seattle, towns in Seattle or neighborhoods in Seattle, uh, we're not that far apart. But let's just say it was a lot closer to my old house, and I like it enough that I just gave somebody a really nice tip to drive down here so I did not have to. I forget, is this Tim Snyder on strings? You don't have the details, do you? Performed by Rust on the Rails, source Rust on the Rails. Okay. Well, fine. That's all the details they're going to give me. I know I'm going totally off camera for a lot of this. Don't seal your fate. I always love it when I start singing to something and I'm in time with it, and then I hear it back in my ears. And apparently, even though my microphone is in real time, my music is not in as real time as I think it is. Oh, I put way too much paint on that, and that's fine because I'm going to use it. Okay. Blake, love you, but I think we are moving on. And I think where we will go, we already listened to a bunch of playlists. Let's go. Let's go here. We'll go Irish folk from the Generally Speaking playlist, and we'll shuffle it here. So I called my dad today to ask him what was going on with some stuff in my family in the coming weeks, because I wanted to make sure that I was aware of my own obligations. And he goes, "Well, I don't know what's going on. I haven't heard yet." And I said, "Okay." And he goes, "But he's like, I've got your sibling here, and your nephew's coming over in a few days, and we're all kind of just doing the hang out at home thing." And I was like, "Okay." And he goes, "And then on Thursday, we're leaving for 2 weeks in Iceland." And I was like, "Oh." So, as is typical with that particular part of my family, I am the representative once again. Okay, this is taking a very different shape now, which we knew it was going to. That is not my paper towel. That is an envelope. This paper towel is so painted. Not like I don't have another one right next to me to swap to. Um, but look at how that is coming together with that purple and the deep shadow and then the blue. I wanted the purple to kind of melt away, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're going to let this dry for a minute, and then we're going to come in with a true dry brush over the top of this, and we're going to dry brush white over the top, and then decide if I want to change the entire thinking here, because my current plan is just to glaze blend all of these colors back together, which is a lot more work and needing to mix up all those colors again. Or if I just want to redo it in a 3-color dry brushing. So we will see. Which dry brush do I want to use for you? I luckily have a few different ones. The terrain brush is going to be too big. I feel like this one, yeah, this is my stiffest dry brush. So for this particular application, this is going to be the one here. We've got ads, but Shri, you're subscribed, so you don't have ads yet. And you said, hey, sorry for disappearing. My mom and I are watching this new series on Apple TV with Jason Momoa in it. So you're telling me that Jason Momoa took you away from here? I mean, I can't tell you that you're blamed. Or, what am I saying? I can't really blame you. Is that what I'm saying? Words, things. Okay, TikTok Live Studio, please try to reconnect me because every other live service is having no issue. Okay. Where is our food at the moment? Minutes away, just minutes. It says 1 to 3 minutes, but our dasher is miles away with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 intersections with lights. So it could be still stopping many times along the way. We've made this nice patch of blue. We're going to come down and put in another patch with some white. Vi, you like Irish music? Shri. You know that I listen to literally everything. This is one of the genre speaking lists. We did a week of Irish folk. But yes, Irish and Celtic music, I am a big fan of. Even before the generally speaking stuff, it is something that I would seek out. It's one of my kind of go-to musics. And now back to the show. Welcome back, anyone who was stuck behind the ads on the Purple app. Appreciate you sticking around with us today as we just paint up a storm here on our Phoenix. Sometimes you wish you'd listen to me in bed. Oh my. You know when to call me to get me to listen in bed. Maybe you should learn to sing. Wow. Trick question. You never go to bed. Also true. Well, I do, but it's usually in, certain company. Which, just like when you go to bed, it feels bad to share that time. Wait, does Sammy already know how to sing? I think so. I've heard Sammy sing a little bit. But that is not entirely wrong either. Return fire found. Sammy did come on when we did the cursed karaoke. Sammy did sing in that stream. Which, you want confident singing. That is a bold one, because you have to really put yourself out there for singing a song before you've ever heard it. And threw you a curveball. I don't even remember which one, but oh my god, there were so many good ones. That was such a fun stream. It's so hard to do. And so many nerves. But it was so fun to have the community just throwing songs out like that. Oh, it was Better Days Are Coming? Oh, did I throw the Mandy Moore version at you? That's the one that's popping into my head, so I'm guessing I must have. Look at that. I said I wasn't going to think about repainting the whole thing, but oh, that looks good. Like, it's magical. Wait, is it Mandy Moore? Better Days Are Coming for you? It's not Mandy. Oh, Dermot Kennedy's version, Better Days. Oh, wow. Speaking of Irish, I will throw that into the queue because that's a good one. I haven't listened to Dermot in a while. Yeah, that one's just Better Days. I'm like, Better Days Are Coming. Um, oh, God. What is the song I'm thinking of? It's none of these. It's a country song. Oh, it's also Better Days, Faith Hill. That's the one that popped into my head. And I was like, I didn't think that I threw that one at you, but it wouldn't have surprised me. If you weren't at school and working on your assignment, you would karaoke it right now. And you had to scramble to keep up with it. Oh, yeah. Oh, when he starts in just off the beat. Yeah. Yeah, we'll hear it in here in about 40 seconds or so. The class will too. You probably can't not sing along. that does become an issue with some songs for sure. I agree with Sammy. Better days are coming for you. Mm. Mm. Just said to me. Oh, I need to put these into my karaoke rotation. I was sitting in the sun. Oh, whoops. I felt like that whole stream was one gift after another with every song that everybody gave, because it was all songs that were important to each of us. So it was like, here's a challenge and a struggle for you to do, but then getting to carry that away.
Is that?
Welcome in, new friend. Appreciate the follow. I have anonymous follows, so feel free to lurk. And it's such a comfortable range. Yeah. We're dancing in the sun. I think he has just like a really unique delivery. There's like, I know he's Irish, but like, I don't want to call it a twang because that would be country, but it's kind of got that signature, but also just unique to theirs. What did I order? I ordered ramen, but it is a tonkatsu ramen with a piece of pork belly and some ground chasu pork. And then sprouts and bamboo shoots and a piece of nori, and then the thin ramen noodles and an extra egg. So it usually comes with a half an egg, but instead mine should come with 1.5 eggs. And it is delicious, and it is about to make an appearance on stream because it is sitting on my front porch. So yeah. Can you make noise vaguely in time with music? If so, that's singing, and you can be good at it. What people think about it isn't important so long as you let the joy of the music fill you. Yes, you're doing it better doing piano and not singing. That's fair. I mean, playing an instrument is still allowing the music to really be something that you feel and experience because your fingers are moving along with the music. You're kind of dancing with your fingers. And like my brother has a really hard time with this. So what's weird is we grew up in a family that plays music and sings, but doesn't dance. And I go to so many concerts that I've learned to move a little bit. I don't dance a lot, but I move anyway. And I always feel ridiculous. And I'm just like, I look like a fool. And I keep moving because the people, when I look around the room at who I think are the best dancers, are the ones who look like fools and don't care, that they are just happily moving, oblivious to everything else in the room. That is the best thing to see and the best feeling. And as somebody who works venues, I am usually standing at the door. So I'm at the back of the room. I see everybody. And so I've gotten really used to that kind of things. My brother does not dance. He stands there rigid. And so if he's at a concert and the bass is loud, he starts to feel it in his heart, like badly. He starts to get sick. And I realized a while ago that the reason is he is so rigid that when the beat hits, if it's not in rhythm in time with his heart, it's like the body is getting a signal that runs counter to your own pulse. And so now your body is trying to correct and it doesn't know how to do it. But if you're moving with the beat, if you're dancing, if your heart is racing, all of a sudden that beat is a part of you. You take it into you. And I can't imagine living without it. And so we're like polar opposites, where I am just like, I have to have music. I can't have it silent. I have to have it loud. I have to have the bass up. He is, I will listen to a song now and then, but most of the time I don't want it loud. I don't even want music on. I don't want anything but silence. Like, we are so different in that regard. And it's very funny because we come from the same upbringing. And my dad was very much music, but like classic rock kind of music. Okay. That's how you dance. It's just stimming in bed. Oh my. Enjoy your nighttime routine. I will be right back with some grub. I'm only going a few feet away, so I'm not even going to turn off the camera. Nika has arrived to find out what is going on. She's like, wait a minute, what are you doing? What is this stuff? Is this for me? Is this mine? Newsflash, puppy. You have kibble. Okay. At the top, we have some classic gyoza. We will just set that aside. Oh, I was like, what is this? And then I forgot that I ordered cans of Diet Coke. Why is there a paper bag on the side? Oh, they actually sent me chopsticks. I might not have to use my own, although I still might. You volunteered at the Lesbian Museum, where there were singers performing. You met one of them at Ginger's pop-up and said hi. You sang it, and she said yes, and you said volunteering. She said dancing at the back. You told her, yeah, I was dancing for everyone, meaning all the artists. She said, but I was the only one that could see. So I said, then I was just dancing for you. Yep. Yeah, back of the room dancing. Like the people that dance at the very back, it's like the people that see aren't going to judge. Like, we don't care. But it is beautiful because it's pure. because it's just for yourself. It's that purity. It's allowing everything to just wash over you. Everyone else was seated and facing the stage. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. You can see it there. The bamboo shoots, the green onions, um, the pork belly, the ground pork, the eggs, and like I said, the nori there on the side. I've also got some spicy paste. This isn't that spicy. It's like sriracha spicy. We'll just, yes, I'm unloading the entire amount in here. It's going to get worked into the broth here in just a minute, so it's going to disappear. Space Lesbians by Caraway. You should play it. I feel like it's not going to work well in this particular playlist, but okay, we can do that. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with that. Do, 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 do. Okay. Do 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 do. Opening up extra things on my stream or on my stream on my computer just to, you know, make it extra complicated because it can. It won't. You should just change the playlist. Okay, what playlist should I go with? Because if we're gonna change it, we'll change it all the way. So the way they bring this is in here is my noodles and all of the toppings, but not the broth. They ship the broth in a separate container, so I can actually add it myself. We'll just give that a little stir. So this is the tonkatsu broth. And you can see it already is changing color. You don't know, but it's a pretty song. You figure it out. All right, fine. Let me first clear this queue. Can I clear the queue? No, that's fine. I did not get that. I got Lesbian Vampires from Outer Space by Scary Bitches, which is not what you were asking about. Artist. Oh, it's right there. I wonder why that didn't come up. Good girl. And then, yeah, there is that blob of the noodles. Ooh, okay. Okay. I know what I'm going to put on after this. Oh, that's an easy one. That's an 18-hour playlist too. Perfect. What's great is as I'm stirring this up, it's already started to tear up. Ooh, that's got some paste on it. And then the ground pork kind of ends up at the bottom. And it's this little like salty treat waiting at the end. Want to know something cool? Voice like this? She's trans. She's hot AF too. And I didn't realize trans until I saw the Insta. I thought she was just really tall. Um, okay. Do we need to go back? Because, hang on. One, this needs to go onto the songs that caught my ear, even though obviously it was brought to my attention. Only 28 monthly listeners? Seriously? Couple of songs, an album and a single released in 24. This was a single in 22. Couple of singles in 2020. Wow. Multi-instrumentalist, music producer, and audio engineer, hailing from Tamaki Makaru, Auckland, Aotearoa. I'm sure that I mispronounced that. New Zealand, known for her versatility and innovative sound. Collaborated with Dust Palace Aerial Circus and a range of emerging Kiwi artists, including Ray Leslie, Fodiso, Kieran ZC, and Cootie Cuties. Love that name. She was the driving force in the powerful femme-fronted rock band Venom Dolls until the group disbanded in 2022, leaving an indelible mark on the local rock scene. Graduated as valedictorian from SAE, since flourished as both a producer and session drummer. In addition to her work in studio, she inspires the next generation of musicians as an after-school teacher teaching drums, guitar, and bass. Now signed to Big Pop Records, poised to launch her highly anticipated solo work, upcoming at this point, The Moon and Tides, which earned the prestigious Outstanding Performance accolade at the Auckland Fringe 2022, was slated for release and has released as of November 2024. Okay. Multi-instrumentalist, producer, all caps, we will not be erased. Hell yeah. Dropping that follow on the Insta right this moment. Thank you. I clicked over to it from the other side, but appreciate it. Her song Blue would be a call out song. Okay. I will drop it onto the queue next. I don't know how much longer we're going to keep going. I am looking at this ramen in front of me. I want to dig into it. How much longer are you at school? Maybe that's a good question. Ooh, I did not get that into the queue fast enough. Can I add to front of queue? No, and this queue is deep as crap. Okay. There we go. Nauseum, hello, hello. You have a story that for me that can't leave this chat. Okay. But I should have you know that if we're going to have it not leave this chat, this is also on YouTube and TikTok. I don't mind it not leaving this chat, but I want to make sure that that is stated before you put anything in chat. And on that note, this egg is getting eaten. Okay, I am listening / reading. And they have apologized and they're going to fix this? Because clearly this is not your fault. This is the facility's fault. They better, yeah, hell yeah, they better. Be like, while you're at it, double the size, okay? I had my wisdom teeth removed. This has been a couple of years now. And I go in for surgery and they asked me if I wanted to just have it done in their office and just local, or if I wanted to be put under. And I said, you know, let's go with the full anesthesia. I want to go to sleep. Like, you don't need have asked for it to be installed in the middle. Look, it's not a uniboob, it's a side boob. Anyway, so the omni boob, yes. So they take out my wisdom teeth, and one of them had come in pinching off its own nerve. So when I went in to have it done, my dentist seriously grabbed this like crazy pair of pliers, grabbed the tooth, went crack, crack, pluck. And I was like, what the hell? And he just shows me the entire tooth, where it had pinched off the root, where all the problems were. Like, it was causing all sorts of problems in my mouth. So, like, fine. I'm thinking that the rest of the extractions of my wisdom teeth are going to go similar. Keep in mind, I'm doing this in my late 30s, early 40s. I'm not doing this in my teens, like most people would get their wisdom teeth extracted. So I go in and have it done. And I get knocked out. He ends up spending a whole day just breaking apart and pulling out pieces of my wisdom teeth. And there's packing in there and everything. This goes fine. And I go in for this follow-up a few weeks later, and he's like, how are you feeling? And I was like, you know, mostly I feel fine, but on one of those wisdom teeth, it popped up after you extracted it. And he goes, excuse me? And I was like, I don't know what it is, but it's like there's a spike in the back of my mouth. And just like my wisdom teeth, it kind of popped up and retracted. This is a spike that has just kept doing this over and over again in the back of my mouth. And I've hit it with my tongue a couple times, and it's pretty sharp. And he looks in and he goes, oh my God. And I'm like, what? And he goes, I am so sorry. He goes, I thought I got it all. That tooth gave me a lot of trouble. A quarter of the wisdom tooth is still in there. And I was like, okay. And he goes, so how do you want to do this? Like, obviously I'm going to pay for everything. We're going to get this out. Do you want to go back to sleep? Do you want to do it in the in-house? Like, what do you want to do? And I was like, it's a quarter of a tooth. Body horror. Sorry. I was like, you know, it's fine. Like, we could just do this in shop. And so he did local. It took him 2.5 hours to get that one out. And so I'm sitting there in his chair while he's just like working in here for 2.5 hours. And he's like, oh my God, I should have put you to sleep. I'm so sorry about this. I was like, dude, like, it's not as bad as you think it is. Like, I don't care. Um, you were lucky enough that you got all of yours pulled at once. You had the side effect of learning you were allergic to opiates. Oh my God. That is not a good side effect to have in combination with everything else. Yeah, this is fine. There's some fire. I'm totally distracted by ramen now. I'm like, we're painting. No, we're not. Oh, it's so good. It's from my favorite ramen place. It's got pork belly and ground pork in it. There's still a whole egg hidden in there in the noodles. I got spicy paste. That's why it's red. So it's in a tonkatsu ramen, but then spiced up just right with that chili paste. So, so good. Puked up your own stitches. Can't recommend. No, absolutely not. I'm going to set this over to the side for just a minute because what we've actually been doing here today is painting this amazing phoenix. And we went through and painted all of the wings in this kind of like banded way, working its way out. And my plan was to do the gradient that comes through. And I still might do that. But then we did the bottom in the dark purple, the blue, and a white dry brush over the top of it. And it looks magical. It is this gray, blue, purple, just like a magical portal going on down here. And it has really, really caught my eye in a different way. And now I have to figure out how to blend these two things together coming up here. I think I know how to do it because if I look here, there's all of these tendrils coming through. So I'm going to do I'm talking myself into it right now. I'm going to do the banding with the blending, and then I'm going to come back and do the purples on the tendrils and then pop them back up, and I can adjust some more gradients into the feathers as we go. How long have we been live for? Just 6 hours. That's all. Still hate that your favorite Japanese place in the U District closed. It was 10 years ago, but still, next time you were out this way, whether, regardless of how many boobs you have, we're going to go out to Japanese. We will make a point of it because there are so many good places. There is one on Aurora. There's the Asian Family Market, and inside of it is Niku Feast. And Niku Feast is all you can eat Japanese barbecue. So that one is so good. This is Yua Ramen, which is in the Linwood Edmonds area up by the Ranch Market. I was talking earlier about the abundance of Asian grocery stores that are around us. This place has Yua Ramen, Japanese fried chicken, and a Japanese fish restaurant, all like next door to each other. Not a sushi restaurant. That's across the street. A Japanese cooked fish restaurant. I've never been in there. I don't know why seafood restaurants, unless I'm like at the coast, which I say at the coast, I live a mile from the ocean. It's not like it's a long way to go. You'll show up with your friends and you're 18 tits. Perfect. That's the exact right amount. My brain does some weird things. Have you ever seen like those drying mats where it has just like a whole bunch of fingers and you can set something on it, and wherever you set it, it sets into place. Camera, did you start moving? I just pictured that, only boobs. This is the delirium is setting in. Start calling you wet nurse if you get 25 boobs. Perfect. Biblically accurate boobs. Oh my God. How to get banned off of every platform at one time. Sammy, did you ever answer how long you're still at school? Pronounce Maori words like Japanese. Okay. You can't just leave. No, I will not allow that. You were staying at school. Biblically accurate. I see that now. I scrolled up and I see that. They can't stop me. Okay, but how long are you supposed to be there? Because I did say that given the conversation tonight, that I am going to hook up the laptop and we are going to watch some K-pop Demon Hunters in the Discord. Okay, it's almost time. Okay. You'll be here for that? Sounds wonderful. Well, I think it's time to find a raid target. And we will do that. We will get the laptop set up. And then we'll pop into the Discord for an impromptu movie night and watch K-pop Demon Hunters. Because I keep listening to the soundtrack and enjoying it. And I've been called out too many times. So we're going to make it official. So thank you, everybody, for sticking around as we made some fantastic progress. You all chose the pink head. The eyes look phenomenal. The orange on the beak and the feet, I am loving. Next time, we will do the blending, the highlights, the tendrils, and the shadows. And I'll figure out what's going on here, too. Because there's going to be a lot of that throughout this model. And I'm just really, really excited to see it all come together as we push it to a Phoenix finish. If you catch public transport and you're advocating for Mika in 2 hours. Okay. Well, Sammy, I know you've seen it a million times. So if you need to lurk away or you need to run out to do that, please do. I am sure there is more understanding there. I think our next model after the Phoenix is going to be the Etten, this lovely two-headed giant. I want to do this one in a very pale, unconventional skin tone. So I am looking forward to doing this. I'm thinking like a cream color, like not almost like a cream and gray is kind of where I'm going here in my mind. But it is a really fun model. I also almost want to get a second one, but I thought this was very interesting. They made this so the heads attach onto this cape. So I had to put the cape into place in order to do this model. But the loincloth and all of this extra stuff down here is put on over a thong. And I kind of want to do another one of these models where it is not wearing a loincloth, where it is just wearing a thong. Because it is fully defined. It's like, here's the butt, here's the front, and here is the underwear. And usually they leave it like undefined shapes, so you are encouraged to glue the next piece on. This loincloth seriously has indents in it for the butt. That's how it sits into place. So we might get another of this model. Get a few dollar bills. Yeah, something like that. This is the best use of green stuff. All right, let's find somewhere to take this party. TikTok, you know the drill. We say goodnight to you first. Thanks so much for hanging out with us as we painted and ate ramen and just had a great time with you all. We'll see you again in a couple of days. All right. And now that TikTok's out of here, we can say what we really feel about them. No, just that their system is so weird. The TikTok system in general is so very awkward. The crowd's great. The people there are very fun and very in line with the kind of attitudes that we're used to on the Twitch side. When they engage, it's the engagement over there is so different. It's kind of like YouTube. You know, we love our YouTube guests, and it's always fun to hang out with them as well. But the culture of YouTube is more watch, not engage, where Twitch is about community, and it is so much fun. Yes, indeed. We will see you in the Discord in a moment. Let me just see. I think I already know where we're going, but I want to make sure. Yeah, we're going where I was thinking. After Sammy made us listen to a different song and change up the playlist, we have been listening to the Feelsy Beats playlist. The Feelsy Beats playlist is made by none other than the DJ, Tay XO. So we're going to head over there. We're already listening to her playlist. Let's go listen to the jams that Tay wants to play, and grab one of those raid messages. And of course, join us in the Discord. It's going to pop up in a moment if it hasn't already on YouTube and Twitch. Like I said, we're going to watch K-pop Demon Hunters tonight. We're always doing all sorts of stuff in there, and you can keep up with what's going on all the socials, in our kitchens and homes and everywhere else. But we will, tomorrow I'm going to Forever Julia's house. We're going to watch more Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Then we will be back here. I think I should actually be back tomorrow, but it might be after 7. It might be a late night. Shri, you don't need to apologize. You're good. Join us in the Discord. We're going to watch a movie. But yeah, I'm going to go over to Julia's tomorrow, and so we might be a late night stream, but we are going to be streaming tomorrow night. Tomorrow is Monday, so should be some more Hollow Knight just a few days before the release of Silk Song. So we're going to see how far we can get in our vanilla playthrough, our vanilla-ish playthrough. But we're out of time. Wednesday, we'll be back with more Final Fantasy V. And until then, we'll see you on your own channels for the many of you that stream everywhere. Hang out together and hopefully back here again soon. And until then, bye.